don't like doing, but last session was 7 hours, and 2 of those hours were spent on BRBs, so... Let's get into it. Welcome everybody to session 52 of Forgotten Genesis Season 2. It's been a week, been a while. Holidays have happened between last session and now, and we're all in various states of, excitement and tiredness, I'm sure. Some of us have gotten some new things. Some of us have gotten some new computers, some upgrades. Case in point in... Well, actually, now both of those directions. So you're there. Hi, Megan. Okay. And now Ren's excited to be seeing your face. All right. So, yeah.
Invisible again. Yeah.
People have gotten some
I'm
upgrades.
mad.
People are happy about that.
Just
You
like
mad?
magic.
Mad at what?
My magic. I'm just like.
Oh, magic.
I'm just like.
As I'm invisible, I'm magic.
I don't know that that's invisible. It's like a soft mustard yellow.
It's like Professor Lockhart from Harry Potter. This is just like magic.
Yeah.
Oh, you did broke your brain.
I guess, just rule of thumb for lessons in Harry Potter. Never be a celebrity in the wizarding world. It's not going to end well for you. But...
It did for Nicholas Flamel.
Arguably, what he created was the source of a lot of conflict. But I guess that could be said of the original creative work in the first place. But either way, let's get into at least the roleplay question. So, what stereotypical role would your character play in a high school alternate universe? These being the stereotypical archetypes like nerd, jock, bully, goth, things like that.
Avery, definitely the goth, but a nerdy goth.
If we're going into that alternate universe, the campaign name would absolutely be Forgotten Syllabus. Avery would be a nerdy goth. And now I'm half tempted to run a one-shot just completely off of the fact that name came up. God damn it. Okay, Megan, it's got to be a thing now. You got to come up with a high school mascot, and that's got to be part of the logo for that.
That actually sounds like something she'd like to do. If she wasn't already working on her own new campaign.
Alright, so.
And I'm writing it down on the back of a fucking Walgreens receipt.
The only way to do it, my man.
Alright, given that it's in high school as well, everybody would be reasonably lower level versions of their characters, but I digress. So, nerdy goth. Solid. She may be able to listen in. I don't know if she had her headphones on or not. I sees a door closing, maybe.
Yeah. I saw her. There she is.
There you are.
Your turn to answer the questions.
Huh?
It's your turn to answer the question.
What stereotypical role or archetype would your character play in a high school alternate universe of this campaign?
Bruce would be the brainless but sweet jock himbo.
Yeah. For the sake of naming off the archetypes, we're going to go just basically full-on Breakfast Club with this. Nerd, jock, bully, goth, basket case, shit like that.
Probably nerd for Piper. I mean, she wants to be the ultimate doctor, so I mean...
Fair enough.
Hi.
All right. On to Angel and Violet.
Megan. I thought you were there.
Megan.
Air.
I'm still right here.
All right, so same question to you. In a high school alternate universe of Forgotten Genesis, which I'm now dubbing Forgotten Syllabus, and I'll have to plan a one-shot around, what stereotypical role, or I should say, what stereotypical archetype would your character then be? As in, what would Angel be in regards to nerd, jock, bully, goth, basket case, athlete, those things?
Jock is athlete.
True.
Okay. Megan,
I'm right here, Amber.
we asked the question.
I also don't know how to answer the question.
Say you don't know how to answer the question. Just stay silent.
Huh? Huh?
I was silent.
Oh.
Okay. Which role would Violet fit into?
Violet also didn't have a happy childhood like that, so neither of my questions can really.
These
whether
stereotypes
students
don't
can either.
necessarily
Oh, yeah.
imply a happy childhood.
Yes,
Yeah,
but they also don't. They don't have that kind of.
Oof. I think it may have died.
Mm.
Dismissed. Okay. Nah. No.
Vinestra said, Neseo.
Yeah, because I think Megan's connection's a little busted.
Probably the loner.
The loner.
Oh.
The creepy kid loner or the everybody inexplicably knows their name loner?
Everyone knows their name. Loner.
All right. Then on to Vinestra, and though it won't count for an extra die,
Vinestra would likely be a jock or someone sporty.
Fair enough. Then what would Amira count as, just for
Here she.
the goofs?
Nerdy.
All right. Little nerd on the shoulder. Hell yeah. Okay, and then while Megan's phone recharges, let's get into recaps of last week's events.
I think we discussed. I have written down threats, rune baddies, conjoined chaos, 5 read somehow. Those out.
Went with Piper. Just got a checkup. Found out my soul bond is damaged. Returned. Shared my knowledge with the group. Angel helped me to strengthen the bond. And then revealed a childhood memory from Ravik.
Alrighty. Inspiration die in those two directions. I'm assuming that Ember is calling Megan. That could be incorrect. Either way. So inspiration die for you two. On with Vinestra as well for the recap.
Call her phones.
She may be calling Amo and Bapos to, especially if she's kind of in and out passing out. I'm not sure.
Vinestra said,
Oh.
refer to the text and stuff chat.
That's
Yeah,
right.
she's got a recap in text stuff. Past a week.
Yep, Violet's family therapy in the Turtlehead, progress toward the Rusted Peaks, full on recap. V got her foreign runes removed by Piper. Piper gave Xanon and Ravik a physical. Ravik and Xanon's soul link is fraying, got restored by Angel. The group discussed what they are doing in the future. Nick made red wine out of... Yep.
I was on the phone with Dusty. He called me.
Yeah, gotcha. Made red wine out of Jamie's former boyfriend. Jamie is one of Angel's kids. Jamie has left her mom's house. Ravik and Xanon got unafreeted. Current plans are giving time for Violet and her family for therapy. Then drag the dragon turtle skull back. Help townspeople thoughts about her family, hopefully. Then, once that stuff in Kirin is sorted, the Shadow Fell Hole is for later, going to the Rusted Peaks. Place at the base of it also to get geared up and prepped for it, to explore and adventure, to help Avery. And then once Avery's stuff is progressed, crack open the Ambered House to explore the invisible place. Alright, solid. Everybody gets their inspiration die for both the roleplay question and for the recap. Also kind of reminds me where we're at. Alright. Excuse me. Alright, now out of pure and raw concern for a potentially very drained Megan, given some exits today. Again, I don't really have a means of calling Amo and Bapos. Would you mind helming that, Amber?
Everything dude lagged. Hold on.
Okay,
Hello.
there we go.
Let me see if there we go. Everything lagged. What did you say?
I don't really have a means of calling Amo and Bapos. Would you mind doing that, Amber?
Sure, just give me a second. I got brains for days.
Sure thing. And again, they aren't answering calls from me anymore because they think I'm a robot. So there's that.
Some experience.
I'll go into it later. All the recaps are done and out of the way. Fantastic. Oh. Anybody else feel weird today?
More than usual.
Yeah, fair
I'm
enough.
fine.
All right. So, with all of that in mind, all the recaps out of the way. Excuse me. Yes. Last week, which in game was maybe a mere couple of minutes ago, some planning was thoroughly gone over for essentially how to go over, well, not only events, at least in the coming day, but events that you guys will all be dealing with about 2 weeks from now. So, members of the party of, well, I suppose Zavorcizor and Zavorcizor Associated, what would you like to do?
I believe Avery was practicing tinkering when we left off.
He was.
Did I end up getting the point for that?
You got the point for that, yes.
Okay.
A new day has not
Bad.
yet rolled around, as it is still midday on the 2nd.
Got it.
So new training in that skill may not yield much fruit today.
Oh.
At least mechanically speaking.
And
Our guys, shall we start?
Yeah, we were
I'm
already
ready to
kind
start.
of started, but now let's get back into it. Have you
yeah.
come to a decision on, like, what, excuse me, archetype Angel and Violet would fit into?
I don't know what you mean by archetype, Joe.
Okay, so like Bruce
Nerd
would be
jock.
He was tired.
Bruce is himbo.
Crap.
I don't.
Okay, we're gonna give you the exact category that each one of them had, right? Angel was the band nerd who fit in every single category because she basically multi-classed in everything.
There you go.
Yes.
And then not just like the band nerd, like the choir nerd who also did band, who also did orchestra, who also did
Jazz
some
band.
type of sport like swimming.
Music nerd.
Or
She was the musical
dancing.
arts kid, yeah.
And yeah, and no, not just arts. Also took culinary courses and other arts courses. On top of all that, had an honor roll situation. That's Angel. Okay. Now Violet, on the other hand, Violet is by pure accident probably the choir kid that ended up like also being like strong-armed into the beefy boys, considering the boys were like, come play with us, come play football with us, and her just being like, I guess, okay, whatever.
Violet's the choice student who got strong-armed into sports and accidentally ended up in choir class and didn't leave. Yeah. And I
Yeah,
do say
either
choice
of
student
those
because she absolutely has I'm from out of district energy.
I'm a foreigner. I got here from like,
I'm a foreign
I'm from
exchange
Canada.
student.
I'm from Canada.
You're a
How
foreign
do you-
exchange student. Okay, so how foreign exchange students
Vinestra
work-
said, oh right, Vinestra is the super foreigner.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
both-
yeah.
You both are
You're the foreigner
foreign
that didn't quite learn
students.
English yet.
English class to your horror
Violet's
was
the
about
one-
grammar and
one
not
who
the
doesn't
language.
understand and Violet does not understand any type of physical, like, or verbal cues. So she's the other type of issue.
Yeah.
Piper's just the science nerd. With a lot of classes in botany, biology, anatomy, and organic chemistry. What
Now,
are
the
you
funny
doing?
thing is, and I this is probably completely out of pocket and probably not accurate at all, but I'm imagining completely that Violet is in a high school setting. She's just a snow elf who's got a fucking amethyst scale shirt and jersey on, and then has dog ears with her that she wears unironically.
She gives furry vibes.
Precisely.
Awesome. Furries are some of the best people, though.
Yeah.
She doesn't know. She doesn't know she gives off furry vibes, but she definitely gives off furry vibes.
There is only one furry person I know of that I don't like, and we don't speak to him, and most of the furry community I knew from him says they don't count him. So.
I mean,
will
in every
explain later.
community,
I've
there
spent
is
some
far
time
enough
in
along the
VR
extreme where you
chat.
stop
I've met
being that and start being an asshole.
furries. Hey, we're off topic. Somehow talking about furries.
Back on topic.
Yes.
I mean, you know, still kind of sharing the space a little bit. Welcome to D&D. So,
Oh yeah, it came from Violet. That's how. Yeah,
Sorry.
it's all good.
not weighing in on the furries. Cool.
So those are your dice for that. Now, as far as your recollection of the recaps, you can get the dice for that as well.
I had a big conversation. Angel gave birth. There you go.
Fair enough. Okay, so
Piper did a log surgery all night on Venestra, and she is now deliriously tired.
yeah.
Your brother also carried a lot of that weight too,
Oh,
right?
Angel's daughter also ran away in the middle of the night.
Yep.
That was fun.
Oh yeah.
And got to
Angel's
watch
in
her
a
dad
bad
rip out the
phase.
spine
Vinestra
of her
said,
lover.
Yes. And Vinestra didn't get any pain suppressants and was awake for it all.
Yeah, because you can't take any pain suppressants. Because if you did take it, well, if we fuck something up, shit!
Yeah, and the only reason he mentioned that and the lack of pain suppressants was like, I'm not entirely familiar with your anatomy, so if something hurts, I need to know.
Exactly. If we don't know something hurts, we fucked up. We fucked
I
up.
don't have this diagram, so I'm not confident enough to do it with sedatives.
That and Violet is going to have a group therapy session with her family.
Yeah.
With Piper's uncle.
Oh, by the way, I also have a star ruby or a star sapphire now. That's a cool thing that I have.
Where's my
would say
brain at?
this-
I heard star booby, and I know that's completely wrong.
It's right there. It was my grandpa's. My grandpa they gave a rock box out
Star
today.
Ruby?
Nice.
Yes, it was the
I
star
will
ruby.
mention you something, Megan, because I think you might like this idea. Football kisses.
I hate being resistant to painkillers. Fuck me.
Applesauce is just gonna be here what cinnamon rolls are in, or sweet rolls are in Skyrim.
No. You're okay.
Not wrong.
Why are you looking at me like that? What? Somebody stole your applesauce?
Did somebody steal your house?
I'm going to kill this person.
God, it's just so funny to see cinnamon rolls just scattered around the world in the most random places.
To realize that all of my characters are cinnamon rolls.
Yeah. Sweet rolls in Skyrim are Nuka-Cola in Fallout.
Yeah.
Hey, we're getting back on topic.
Right.
A little bit, although they're setting inspirations from both in this, so I
Back
digress.
on topic.
Piper, as she was leaving, literally was grabbing Piccolo and going, "You're going to be my stuffies that I cuddle while I sleep."
All right, let's go.
All right, we can start. We've done our roleplay questions. We've got our dice.
We got our poops.
Yeah, and some smaller delays have come from out of fucking nowhere pain spikes. That one doesn't happen very often. And hey,
Making a message.
that one also happens regardless of other conditions with my health. Like I can be on a fantastic diet, I can be feeling incredible. Every other source of pain is non-existent, and sometimes that shit'll still pop up.
Headaches are just a thing some people deal with.
Yeah. Oh, when we actually go on our natural BRB later, I've got news about a coworker that concerns me, but we'll get into that later.
Later.
So,
Vinestra said, focus.
right. Okay. So,
Focus, you moron!
that sound bite was playing in my head.
I have that
Was
sound.
already playing.
Funny thing is, I have that soundbite for exactly when I lose focus, because I would do it on any other kind of stream. Back on topic, motherfucker. Let's go.
You almost drugged me down with you on that one.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I think I'm absolutely going to get a diagnosis for ADD at some point, because this, if anything, this was a showcase of it. My God.
You're the only person in there who's looking at you like, with his slowness, with his physical stuff, I wouldn't put past ADD.
It also
But
may just
I
be a brain
digress.
damage
Let's
going
continue.
crazy.
Okay, so everybody has kind of left off to their separate bases at this point, because that's what happened at the end of the last session.
Yes. Which about now, I mean, it's still midday.
Sadly.
We're in, midday, various states of exhaustion from some people that stayed up late. It is, I would say,
No, morning.
morning.
It was still morning. We discussed this over breakfast.
Right.
Oh yeah, that's
well,
why Angel's
okay.
angry.
So then now we'd be crossing into just, not mid-afternoon, but like
Lunchtime.
afternoon start of that.
Which means the Angel's kids come home for lunch, which is also going to be fun.
Vinestra said, Yep, and Vey broke an obsidian table slightly.
It's fine, we mended it.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna make anyone roll for fucking razor blade obsidian shards. Cause it's brittle and sharp as fuck.
Yeah.
But that doing that was gonna bog things down. It's funny, I used to do that back on topic, motherfucker. I'm realizing when I do it live.
Get some coffee or something, maybe that'll help.
Dr. Pepper right here.
There you go.
So tensions are still slightly high, but also things are decided, so we're moving.
Yeah, there's some discrepancy between Angel and Vinestra.
Yeah, which largely was due to the exit of that children and just stress that character was dealing with and not expressing in the healthiest of fashions. But either way. So as plans have been made, Piper is going to take a much-needed nap after the exhausting night that she had, surgically extracting a shitload of runes. Runes from Vinestra. And then, let's see. If I remember correctly, Avery was still actively training, so with all of that in mind.
If I stay up till midnight, can I get the points?
You'll have to stay up till midnight 01.
Okay, I can do that.
That is the dumbest way I could have phrased that. My God.
I midnight
Joe,
but like,
if you continue,
could I
if you focus,
trade a
I'll be at
point
the
of
computer in a minute.
But like, if I voluntarily take a point of exhaustion, can I get an extra point for? Right.
The point of exhaustion
feel
does
like that's a
impose
trade-off.
disadvantage
Good
on skill
trade-off.
checks, so that's up to you. All right, on topic.
Ooh, you're right. So maybe not.
So, what the fuck did I hit that my volume indicator just showed up? Okay, even my computer is as scattered as I am right now. Okay, what the fuck?
Windows 11, I tell you.
Could be. Oh, that's what did it. There's volume buttons on the headphones, and they actually do things. So. What the fuck is going on with me today? Alright.
Yeah.
We're there. The ship has entered port. The brain cells are climbing back in to go and take sail. Because they've been scattered on this fucking wayward island for way too long. Alright. So, currently still in the training yard. I believe we have Angel, we have Violet, we have Venestra. Piper's just been pulled away. Avery, I believe, was present here after the initial bit of training, and I believe we still have Nesseo here.
Angel's going to approach Avery. I need to talk to you about your own anatomy and some pressure points you might want to be aware of. Would you like to talk with me and walk with me while I go and prep to go talk to one of my guards enforcers, considering he basically kidnapped my daughter?
Absolutely. Although Piper's already made me well aware of one of those pressure points.
The kidnapper really isn't that much of a problem right now, love.
Either you handle him or I will bring him to task.
Nick gestures to his blood-soaked tunic. Thoroughly handled.
I'm talking about my enforcer, who is who is the person she's dating, the half-orc, not the other guy.
Oh, wait, so... Sorry. Bloodless got to me. I killed the poisoner, and you're saying the other guy kidnapped her. Do I need to get my bow and smash another?
They ran off. No. They ran off together. It can be seen as a sign of treason, considering she is a warlord's daughter. And because she's a princess, considering I am not up to having her disappearing.
Okay,
And you should know that.
Regardless of the legalese perspective or whatever else this is, I think we need to figure out whether he technically kidnapped her or whether she's just acting out. Could be both, frankly.
Since you are the enforcer of the guard at the core moment, I will give you an Ezekrin until, say, 3 hours from now.
And as a
Bring him to
bring you on
task.
the cannibal on this. Okay, sure.
Yes, and you will tell him to use restraint, considering I like that man. He also likes this man, that's the reason I asked.
Okay.
And not for food.
I'll tell Ezekrin he's only allowed to bite off fingers and toes.
Fingernails at best, love. Fingernails at best.
You know, I don't even think Ezekrin chews fingernails for the flavor.
No, that's Violet's job.
I chew fingernails as a tick.
Really? She looks over at Avery.
Huh? What?
I'm sorry, that was an OOCS moment. She looks over at Nick, handle it, or I will.
I'll handle it.
I want her to understand the full weight of what she is now.
Oh, she will.
Thank you. Oh, and I want you to take her brothers with her, because they're pissed off too.
Which ones? There's a lot of brothers.
Thorin and Eomer,
Thank you.
the only two Arkans that came out at the same time.
Oh, those two. A little out of it left, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, my only other, enforcing children.
Sorry.
With giant with giant gay seer issues.
Sorry. The last few minutes and the tension with that coffee table feels like it took a week. Let me go.
She looks over at Avery, handing him a book on changeling anatomy, fully translated into common. All of these different pressure points are going to be your bread and butter if you want to save your pain spikes. She shows you where to turn it off and where to turn it on. If you press this one, it will turn off all pain in the body.
Okay. To simplify this comprehension of changeling anatomy, particularly pressure points, in other words, an acupuncturist guide for changelings, roll me a medicine check.
My computer blue screened. I closed Firefox.
Ah.
It's also going to say the same thing to Aiko, because Aiko's in the room. Aiko, I need you to come see this too, because it's going to be very important if something happened to Avery.
Hold on.
So you can both help each other.
I understand. Look. Can I pull you aside for like 2 seconds?
Sure.
Meanwhile, I rolled a 7. Meanwhile, I roll a 7.
7. We'll chalk that up to Aiko pulling Angel away with book in her hand, so you only have the moment to glance at it before she gets pulled up.
I may need Piper to help with this.
So last night we It's been a really long time since we have had the opportunity to.
Get it on.
We fucked.
Wow,
You don't have to say that. I already understand that. I worked in a brothel. It's good.
Completely OOC because you've redone here.
So, you're saying there's pressure points in this book, and they may be useful for helping Avery. Are there any pressure points that are useful for helping Avery?
For helping Avery, I'm going to let you know that normal
you know.
changelings do not have a refractory period.
We used to be a lot more active before the thing with the core. For a reason, I'm aware.
But I can increase the blood flow on your body to where it's supposed to be to make it easier.
Which ones do I have to push on and where? We're changelings. I like to choose the form of a female. That said, especially given last night,
Options.
I wanna see what options I have for other experimental tool sets, so to speak.
She pulls out a secondary book. She's got 2. This is the spicy one.
She damn near snatches it out of your hands, and she's gonna roll a medicine check to comprehend it.
We're both gonna need to go to Piper to help us understand.
Now, shits and giggles.
Uh-oh.
Color of dice. What color is the D20 that I'm gonna roll? I got everything under the
Red?
rainbow. Red. Okay. Gotta get a red one out of the bag. Let's see.
You have a red one in the bag.
I do have a red one in the bag somewhere. Is it this bag
White,
or is it the big
if it's
bag?
easier.
White it is.
Okay.
That's a crit.
Nice. She understands enough for both of us.
She reads it front to back with a speed and rapidity that is bordering on impressive, as she seems to almost visibly be absorbing it like a sponge.
Is it safe to
Now,
assume that I
And
have
Angel's going to keep talking as she goes. Now, if you press along this side, where she's going to keep talking over in the conversation, this one will actually start your refractory period because Nicodemus is needed. That started before when we were in the middle.
So I know of another button to press that kind of does that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a pressure point, but pressure does make it work.
We're not talking about that pressure point. She leans over and presses that, like, right near the mid part of the buttock on both sides, and then presses down right there.
I've got so many ideas. Wait, hold on. So then so then you've also got among, like, the new friends, there's also that small, like, little dragon imp person, Amira, right? She sells, let's just
Aids,
say,
yes.
helpful equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Just using all kinds of colorful beat around the bush language.
Do you
They
have some
technically were called
paper?
marital aids back in the day.
Do you have some paper and some charcoal?
I have plenty of people in charcoal. She hands her a notebook of her own and a painting of charcoal because that's what she has for her kids when they're like, "Mommy, I notebook is gone." And go right down to the spare notebook in her bag.
I'm going to roll a dexterity to see, kind of, honestly, what her handwriting looks like.
We're turning on the computer. Joe's gonna get the computer, but I don't know if we're gonna get a good camera from the computer right now.
3. So it is absolutely Dr. Shorthand.
Angel's gonna. Can Angel kind of translate it?
I can speak deep speech. Does that help?
Angel can also speak deep speech. Does that help?
Looking at this script, this less looks like deep speech, and it more looks like a human who's gone a little bit crazy listening to too much deep speech.
Okay, I think you need to slow down. I know you're excited. Nobody's gonna be able to read that.
Okay.
Even the 5-year-old mom.
I can read it. You hear Avery chime up in Aiko's head.
So loud.
Let me try again.
I mean,
I'm gonna give her advantage. I'm gonna give her advantage.
You're gonna give her advantage? Good, because for that first roll was a 2. It was a little bit worse.
I'm gonna give her a luck. Let's give her a luck.
That's so much better. The next one was a crit, which there hasn't, been much indication of how the core affected Aiko and her abilities. There's been some indication of, sorceress potential and stuff like that, similar to you. But Angel, you watch as her eyes light up with that sort of same indigo purple color. And it begins to translate down through her veins, almost into her fingertips, as she begins to write with a speed, rapidity, and precision of, okay, how do I put this? Who has seen the movie iRobot?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's basically like Sonny sketching out his dream scene. It's that quickly as it scatters across the paper. It is not only text full of ideas that are not in common, but written in deep speech, and Angel, in spite of yourself, you almost blush looking at it, along with a number of diagrams that are essentially visual guides for plans she has later.
Angel's kind of like, what?
I've got so many ideas. So because of your mental connection with Aiko, Avery, you do get the weirdly vivid visual preview as she's writing it out. Her mental projections have not been that vivid. Like, ever. You even feel that slight surge of that sort of magical vibration coming out when she begins writing and projecting it.
So this is how this works. And if you press along your shoulder here, it turns up the pain nerve in this arm. And if you press right here along this side and right there, that turns up the pain nerves on the other side.
She continues to sketch, and as she does, Angel, because of your main class, let alone your class combination, I want you to roll me an Arcana check to see if you can understand what's happening.
Me?
Yes.
Okay, can you give me like a minute because my dice are not near me.
Yeah.
I have to stand up. Hold on.
Sure thing. And also, Avery, I want you to roll me an Arcana check. Your DC will be a little bit higher because the specific manifestation of Arcana here is not strictly in your wheelhouse. Though it is
I'm
adjacent.
shockingly not proficient in Arcana, so we'll see how this goes.
All right.
Oh, that's not terrible. That's a total of 18.
18, solid. Okay. And we'll wait for Angels here in a sec.
I gotta fix that. I should be proficient in Arcana at this point.
Well, more than half of the party are magic practitioners. I'm sure you can get training pretty easily.
Hey. Back. Back. Arcana check.
Yep.
I'm in the medals.
Hell, sounds like Aiko might even be proficient.
It is a natural 20 DM.
Nice.
Natural 20. Okay, making for shits and giggles, just so I know kind of how
30?
much this is. 30. Okay.
No,
Yeah,
32, sorry. For the change.
32. Okay. So. Both Avery and you notice that there is a manifestation of something deeply magical, and it does border adjacent to sort of a psionic use of magic. Both of you are aware of that, given both of your practice and experience with that type of magic. However, for Angel specifically, you catch an almost rhythmic vibration, both in her sketching and in sort of the vibration in and of itself. Rhythmic, whimsical, almost musical. This particular discipline of the type of magic that is manifesting is not strictly in your wheelhouse, though you know bardic magic when you see it begin to pop up. This patterning, however, especially with the amount of rhythm that seems to almost interlace with a singing whisper. There are people that work for you, that work under you, that know this particular discipline very well, and it does, in and of itself, manifest in an underground college for proper training of it. It seems that Aiko, alongside being already an aberrant mind sorcerer, may be a very, very potent and viable candidate for a bard of the College of Whispers.
Do I point this out? Would you like me to point this out? Is one of those moments, or
It's up to you if you want to. But that is what you do.
Does Avery even know what this college is?
Well, Avery, you didn't strictly pick up on that side of the manifestation, but if you'd like to know if you know much about just bardic colleges in general, I'd say give me a general history check.
Yeah, I'm
He is
connected to
diving
both
through
of the other people present.
Oh, you are? Okay, so then you pick up on what Angel realizes. Yeah, go ahead and give me a history check.
I need some more proficiencies. Jesus Christ.
Well, you can
That's
train the
13.
proficiencies while we're still kind of dormant right now.
13. That would fit staunchly in slightly above average knowledge. I mean, especially being in an adventuring party alongside a bard. Bards, I mean, much like wizards, typically it's a studious reaction to magic. However, similar to sorcerers, oftentimes it manifests itself before people can choose to go and train. And usually, I mean, just like any other sort of adventuring class, learning it quickly can accelerate, especially when adventuring. But specializations, especially for bards and sort of direct drivers and sort of focuses for magic in a type of discipline, usually are best started at actual colleges that are in various places around the world. At 13, you would know you would know most easily about the basic three, being College of Lore, College of Valor, and what was the third one in the basic set?
Lore, Valor, and
Whispers is in the common set, I think.
Is it? Hold on.
Lore, Valor. And
Vinistra
College
said,
of Glamour is.
question, was Vi present when Angel said that about her daughter?
About what?
you said what?
The treason.
Oh.
It's not treason. It's the fact that he is basically... He's a captain of the guard, and they fell in love with each other. And they've been sleeping with multiple people. And she decided to run off. Well, she's also a princess, which also
okay.
makes it a problem for that man.
So the three legacy classes, they're in kind of the three OG classes, at least from what I'm seeing here, are Valor, Lore, and Glamour. Angel is a practitioner of Glamour, specifically.
We could have gone Whispers, but I was more wild magic based at the beginning.
I remember you telling horror stories about your wild magic.
Yeah, so you know some above average knowledge, at least as far as where the College of Lore is based, to your knowledge. You know that one is in Sablehearth, and you know that one is, let me pull up the map here, at least it's supposed to be located in...
The city with the spire in it, right?
Oh no, it's not, oddly enough, it's not in the capital city. It is in, let me see here.
It's not in the city with the dragon in it? The guy who holds all the whispers?
This is just the College of Lore, not the College of Whispers. The College of Whispers is in the very same city where there's a faction of its namesake. It is in Shurney. But let me see
So I would know where to send her.
You
yeah.
would.
So opportune. And that's what I say. That's what Angel says. Is she's literally halfway through a cookie. And she points over on the other side. This nerve here on the leg will cause the leg to go limp. Kind of funny. It says it feels like tingle flips.
Yeah, Vinestra didn't get her question answered, though. Was she present? Did she hear
She was present.
Angel talking about how it could be viewed as...
No, it just means she's supposed to bring him to heel. She's not really going to count it as treason. She is going to kill. She's going to point her daughter out that he could get in trouble because she's trying to pull this crap. And it's not fair for the captain of the guard to get implicated because she decided to be a little 15-year-old in her mind.
Okay. The College of Lore is in the town of Howler's Vale.
That sounds eerie.
Which is actually it's on one of the roadways that's on the way to Style and Horde. It is
Yeah, it's
just
in the Waste Valley,
just south
isn't
of the start of the Emerald Reach Forest. So you would know that as common knowledge. Yeah. People
It's
don't
good that you kinda
generally
have
go to
your
Howlersville
opinion.
except to go to that college. It's the whole reason that it's even a town and not just a village. So basically, it's a college town.
But in Shawnee, we have a college of Whisper, yes.
Yeah. And not a,
Just
you
an
have
introduction to
the
it.
College of Whispers.
I know, but the point is that she's literally looking over at her and like, it's gonna be fun. Yes, Vanessa would have been in the room.
Okay, so Vanessa did hear about that. Cool.
There's nothing subtle about it. She really likes her captain of the guard, which is why she's not pissed off. But she would prefer to protect him from her own daughter. Because that's just good business. Period.
It's just good business. Okay, Captain Beckett.
Well, it's also just like, it's just common sense. If you're a princess now, and you decide that you're gonna be an idiot and leave,
I mean, isn't that the plot of most like Disney princess films, though?
yes, but if your mother runs a college of Whisper in your town,
Yeah.
I don't know. She might be able to
Which,
find you in almost any
given
part
the
of the world.
nature of the College of Whispers and what it trains in, you don't get that many prospective bards looking to learn from your college. But you do get some.
She looks over at him. How would you like to be fully funded to take courses in a class or two?
She looks at
An
Avery and
intimacy
says
class? I mean,
Echo.
given what we're talking about here, are we talking like an intimacy class or? I'm sorry. Do you have sex colleges?
You're attached to my brain, right? You're attached to Avery's brain, so you're attached to my brain.
Let's see if she's
I mean,
focused enough to realize
I can
the
start
avian put
I
here.
can start like relaying y'all's thoughts to each other if y'all want me to, but that's not something that I do to everyone by default. Like,
Yeah, it's
that's
not a
just
three-way
across
street.
the line.
You're gonna have to relay it over to her then, because
Okay. Yeah, I do relay the relevant information.
Okay.
it's up to you.
Y'all's worlds are going crazy. Let's put a pin in me going to a university of any kind for a moment.
Okay, I'm going
I
to
mean,
put this
it
to
could be
bed.
helpful as we're raising our child later.
Here's a minor suggestion.
Do you cast minor suggestion? No, I'm kidding.
You could take it if you want it. There is an illithid ruin in my city, where there is a dragon of great immense power. There is a giant spider that protects the ceiling.
Roll to see if she has arachnophobia.
Please don't let him have arachnophobia.
Double 18, she's fine. That was a roll with disadvantage.
So, and there is I think like a Mercury dragon that sits on the outside who's basically dating my brother. / married to my brother / soulbound to my brother.
Which brother?
Dunark.
Chrome Dragon.
Chrome dragon, yes. So if you wanted to live in a safe city, there's not really any unsafe space there.
Good to know. But anyway, any more tips about the pressure point things?
He's locked in.
Good lord, you're horny.
We only just fucked for the first time in years. How would you feel? You and Nick don't seem to stop, so I think you know exactly what I'm feeling.
Considering it's nearly mid-afternoon and he'll be back for later, so yeah, sure. She's walking and talking and basically talking about her children and basically feeding and making sure kids are doing what they're supposed to while she's trying to distract them in between this conversation, considering...
Avery, if you want to get a good look at the book, get over here.
There's like a cartoonish, like...
Angel's walking and talking
like
and
this
getting
picture?
pushed in.
All right. So, with now, well, some new knowledge acquired to be put to extracurricular uses, I suppose.
Angel's doing lunch.
Yeah.
She's like, I had a cookie in my mouth. This is not appropriate. I need to be eating food. I'm still pregnant. I need to eat food.
While lunch is getting served, especially to a lot of the Dwarven delegation, let me see here. Yeah, you know what? Zarissa comes out to the training grounds with a large platter and does dish out what today's lunch order just for the tavern was set to be. In this case, just because it seems on brand, especially given some previous discussions.
Buggy.
I'd say, actually, given the local avian population, we'll say it's duck parm rather than chicken parm.
Ooh, yum. Angel's like,
Which
and
also
my life
means it
is
was
so much...
fried in duck fat. So there's that.
She looks over at Zaressa. That was a very hot display last evening.
Oh yeah.
Is that why your daughter ended up in my necklace last night? Your adoptive child?
Maybe. Also didn't want her around while we consummated. So.
She hands over an amethyst necklace that she's been saving for her sister for a long time. And it's made out of flowers. It's got flowers knitted.
Nice.
This one's for you. I'll give her hers when I see her.
Will do.
And
Now,
then I'll
I
hand
have
it to
some
your daughter to be-
portions of duck parmesan. Got some extra large portions for the half dragons as well.
Ooh, she looks over at the half dragons. This you don't want to miss. Were you cooking today, or who was cooking today? The halflings or?
I was a little preoccupied. It was the halflings. As you do notice the slight note of some poorly covered by makeup bags under her eyes.
He hands her a bag of coffee and then just lets it go. This one Piper made for me for afterwards.
Wonderful.
Kind of rejuvenates the soul.
Now, I'm sorry. I'm gonna try my best to remember the names of your new friends here. She's going to roll a quick history check.
Okay.
Okay, above average. So, Venestra, one large duck parm for you, one... I mean, I don't mean to offend your child's portion for... it's not Amy. That's a human name. That doesn't...
Amira.
Amira, thank you. And then, well, two half dragon portions for you, Xanon, and Ravik. Thank you. I had a long
You
night.
haven't gotten to see him very often.
And then let's see here. Oh, where's got another one here for that violet girl. It's a slightly larger than their portions because, well, news spreads fast in the house.
Arissa, she's been here for 2 years. You've known her for 2 years.
I know. I'm talking about the other kind of news. I have ears.
You have expert ears, and you use the wind to your advantage.
That I do. She hands an XL portion to Violet to account for Violet's additional passenger.
She nods, and she's thankful. Thank you, Arissa.
Oh, by
It's
the way,
been
in
a
your
really tough
case,
week.
because I know about your habits, it's not breadcrumbs on yours.
You talked to Ezekrin?
Yeah.
Thank you. Skin cracklings, yum.
Yeah. Duck parmesan crusted a la psychopath. There we go. I'll be on my way.
It's not psychopath. It happens when you live in the abyss for a long time.
I'm not talking about you. I'm also not talking about Ezekrin. I'm talking about the poor bastard that breaded your chicken.
He's clever. I like him.
Oh. Part of the reason for my late night, actually. Ezekrin pointed out the person. I had some personal stake in finishing the hunt.
You do?
Well, a lot of
There's
serial
something else I
killers in
wanted
the
to ask
dark
you.
really shouldn't shock anybody. Bastard liked hunting driders and had his sights on my wife to be, so wasn't going to allow that.
So, question.
Mm-hmm. As I need to pick back up that Sarissa had an accent. We're back in here. There we go.
So, remember how we had that conversation about, being attached to different places? You and I?
Yes. So,
You said that when things were bad for you, it ended up on your skin. Ended up under my skin. I want to know. There's a look in her eyes that's telling her, I want to know a way to wrench this woman's soul from her body and kill it over and over again.
Not my department. Talk to Nicodemus.
I'm asking you. And I'm asking also, did you get some of that faith stuff so you can at least get some of that thing out of your own blood system?
Yes, okay, look, if you want a dirtier version of doing it, combination of necromancy spells for raising her befuddled and bemused corpse, and resurrection spells to do it over and over and over again.
No, I'm not that sadistic.
Kill the
I'm
body,
slowly
kill
roast
the
her.
zombie, kill the skeleton, kill the ghost. Resurrect, kill the body, rinse and repeat.
No, I just want to slow roast her. I'm not asking Ezekrit about it.
Oh, that's what you mean, yeah. Right, so cooking people, not really my department strictly. Again, took care of the kill, not the...
I know, but you do know how to find hags. We had a discussion.
that.
The hut has moved. It's not invisible. It's not gone anywhere. It's
Do
moved.
you have anything that belonged to this bitch?
Yes.
I have one very simple answer for you. Use it to scry. The hag will be able to tell that you're doing it, but it'll get you an answer faster than anything else.
Don't turn off lights in there, Papos, right now. I'm supposed to be in there. That's why I turned all the lights on. Okay. I got you food, though.
Oh, then,
Okay.
Avery and Aiko, I got you guys a plate of that
Hey,
duck
Purple.
parmesan as well.
It's okay, Papos.
Anybody else that I left
You're
untended
trying to
to?
do what you're trying to do. Yeah, leave that there, Papos. I still have to finish filling it. There's still more to put in it.
Okay, that's fine.
There's some fish for you. Some gizzards for Armoku. And there's some okra in one of these. I wanted. Okay. Sorry.
You're all good?
So, I'm just really confused. I just wanted. The last time I tried to scry on her, I ended up getting burnt.
So you already tried.
Before I came to see Angel the first time. That's why I found a dead end and I wanted to help.
Okay, how
Go
long
back.
until the castle's moving to the Rusted Peaks?
I've got maybe a couple, I'm hoping like a week. That's what they said, like 2 weeks, because we're
2
waiting
weeks.
for the doors to go back.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
But the ruins where the house were are still there.
Could you write them down for me?
He draws them from memory, considering she already drew them out once.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a history check with advantage. Considering stressful memories, especially in certain circumstances, have as equal a chance as being vivid and unforgettable as they do being compartmentalized and repressed.
15 plus 8.
Okay. 23. That'll do. In which case, I'm going to go back to my room. Angel, sweetie, I won't be working for the next 2 days. If you need something, talk to my better half. In the meantime,
I
I'm
need
going
to tell you
to be
something. Wait
very
before you.
caught up doing some reading.
I guess if you're gonna do reading, I need to tell you something.
Sure.
They're attached to some type of entity, everyone else is. So I would be careful delving too deep with that specific tag until we have that.
I'm not going to be looking into forbidden books, just some old journals. Reminders.
I want you to have hair dryer on you at all times. I will take care of the child. Give me my niece. You're going to need both sets of skill sets in order to keep yourself protected. And you let Dunarg know everything you're doing.
I've dealt with this before, and yes. Just talk to me again in 2 days. If you need anything before then, talk to my better half. I won't be tending the bar during that time, because this will take a lot of undisturbed focus.
Just looks over at Avery. Avery, how do you feel about running the bar?
Hold on. How's your cooking skills, changeling boy?
I actually think. No, I'm not. I've cooked our meals on occasion as we were traveling. That's
Not the one asked.
What kind of meals?
You know, like some flatbread and turkey.
Can you mix a cocktail?
Can teach him how.
The cock or the tail? Which part?
So that's a no.
It's not that way. I'll train him. I'll train him.
By the way, proper skill in mixology can be accomplished with either cook's utensils or alchemy supplies. So.
I know, but running the bar doesn't take a lot other than you taking it to the other bartender and asking his brother to make the
hold on.
fucking
So you
drink.
just want him to be a server?
Right now, we need servers, and he needs the experience and the pay.
Then you should clarify. Not a bartender, not a cook, but a server. Right. Do you have any experience as waitstaff?
I am very experienced in serving people.
She's gonna roll an insight on that. Persuasion or deception, your choice. Don't tell me which one, just tell me the total.
What?
Persuasion or deception, your choice. Don't tell me which one, just tell me the total.
I suppose I should roll on D&D. What I rolled.
I can hear as Big Boney Club right now.
6 or plus 17. 29.
She narrows her eyes. Right. And he does you a he or a they? You are a changeling. Are you a
I'm
she?
whatever you want me to be.
I want you to be a waiter.
I can be that.
All right. Or waitress, whichever you feels more suitable.
If he wants to actually get known as a singer, he's going to need to be himself, so a waiter would be fine.
Okay, then let me clarify. As your natural self, unaugmented by any choice shaping, what do you consider yourself?
They.
They. Right.
The answer would still be waiter. Or wait staff.
Either way, it's a weighty decision. So. In which case, they will have to get properly fitted for a uniform. In a natural and unchanged state for a changeling, there's no bust or anything, so a male-fitted tunic rather than a dress, or would you prefer a flat-chested dress?
Let's do the tunic.
tunic. Right then. Well, I already have your measurements, sweetie, so...
I would hand it over to Lillian, considering she's in control of what the male staff wears.
Oh, I'm aware. I will be handing some of it over to my partner. Most everything in our uniform includes silk at this point.
Not really. We still wear leathers.
Yes, but given the amount of dried spiders and everything that we have on hand in this city, silks are a pretty common thing in our textiles now.
Yeah, and it's great because we've actually been able to get some good trade off of that.
Yeah.
Spider silk's really, really strong.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't tear very easily.
She looks over at, Zarissa. Zarissa, I don't think I've introduced Aiko. Aiko, Zarissa, Zarissa, Aiko.
Well, hello. Hi. She's a little shy, isn't she? No, you're just new and you are very buxom. I'm trying to memorize the body shape. It's giving me ideas.
Small and buxom that floats and has wings.
Right. Well, does this one want... you want to bring this one on as sweet stuff as well?
I actually wanted to see if I could get one of the bard teachers from the Whisper to join us here.
I'll have to look into that. Great. Well, as long as we're assigning mundane jobs for everybody. Anybody else among your new collection of companions want to offer a helping hand for some additional coin here and there?
Looks over at Xanon and Venestra.
To do what?
There are plenty of jobs
You're
here.
gonna work an odd job.
Are either of you very good at cooking or mixing drinks?
I'm not.
Would you consider yourself a halfway decent bouncer, Dragon Boy?
Sure.
Zarissa.
Again, this is an offer, not an order. It's just if you feel inclined, considering it's going to be a little bit of time before apparently any major action takes place, so... I'll just say this, in a strictly non-extraordinary sense, what are you good at?
What event is this for?
Just in general.
I run a bar. A tavern. Out of my own home. So I pay for the city.
And either way, to my own experience, I understand that adventurers do hate having idle hands. So I'm trying to think of perhaps ways I can occupy them. Well, otherwise, there's not much else happening.
How much?
How much?
Is the pay?
Base pay with the amount of income that we have in this city, it's a very desirable place to work. Normally, for most jobs, you'd be getting, a few silver a day. I'd be offering, given your statures, and given... Okay, let's clarify. What kind of service are you going to be rendering? And this will be in gold, your payment, either way.
I could be a bouncer.
Bouncer. Okay.
I thought we were still playing silver to avoid inflation.
For common folk, yes. For your friends and adventurers,
Oh no, yes. Sorry.
who need higher amounts of currency to buy anything useful. Not just a day's rent. Gold
You
it would
can
be.
just see Angel's like mind like turning like trying not to raise issues in my city. Her brain is
Call
running
it
a
the
mile
friend
away.
rate, or the ally rate, or the fellow mercenary rate. Whatever you want to call it. It will be in gold.
Okay, so
So, Bouncer, alright. Would that be the same for your golden dragon friend, Ravik, right? Yes. Or does Ravik have other uses? Honestly, I think we're best when we keep an eye on each other, so Bouncer sounds fine. Plus, I get gold out of it. Gold suits me.
repeat that again, Joe.
Gold suits me.
Okay. How about this is a rare offer. She looks over at Ravik. I will allow you to read in my library
Reading.
as well. Part and parcel for this. You'll find that the library that I have is far more extensive than what you've found.
We'll take advantage of that.
And she pulls out a large gold necklace that she's had since season 1 that I haven't gotten to use. It has no magical properties, but it is very pretty, and it is an antique necklace. And it is far too big for me. It is dragon size. It does not smell like black dragon anymore because we had it cleaned. She pulls it out. This.
You can feel an almost mental vibration of draconic primal excitement in Ravik at being offered a very, very expensive bit of jewelry. An almost giddy sort of mental repetition of adding this to my hoard, 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 adding this to my... Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay. Done. Bargain made. How many gold a day would you like?
How many gold a day can you give me?
I can give you 2 on a base pay because that's what we've been working with. Because actually, even potion prices are low in our city.
I'm a dragon. Make it 5.
I'll make it 4, and I'll throw in a Banog haunch, or part of a Banog haunch.
4 a banana conch and 5 silver. In other words, 4.5. 4, 5 silver, and a banana conch. In other words, 4.5.
I'll take that.
Sounds like a deal.
Hands the necklace over to him.
And as he snatches it and rests it on his neck, it seems to transmogrify along with the rest of his natural sort of brain just turned off. His true polymorph into this humanoid state, it sort of shrinks down to a humanoid size. But with your... See, CB the Veil wouldn't reveal the shape change thing, but you can imagine it is absolutely
It does
full-sized hanging around.
but you told me it does.
That's right. Okay. You do see the echo of it just full-sized hanging around his full-sized neck.
Never did that for me. This is the frustration Angel has at this moment. It never did that for me.
You were
This
of draconic
giant
descent, not a
necklace.
full dragon. So, I imagine that's probably the caveat. Okay. Zen and I got a necklace.
Good job.
It's giant and it's pretty.
You know what? I'll offer you
Glorious
Suku
like me.
Rosanen. I will teach you how to talk to the people. And not offend those and get the information you want. And need.
Am I offensive?
Abrasive? We'll go with abrasive. We'll go with abrasive. She says really nicely.
Okay.
Okay. Is this before I was possessed? Oh, I see.
Xanon, buddy, do you want my answer? One slight benefit of our soul bond being frayed, I'm remembering a lot of those little golden instincts. Do you want my answer? Do you want me to be perfectly blunt with you, brother?
Always.
Okay. I'm a golden dragon. We are socialites. You are like talking to a stone wall that is crumbling at the sides.
Not bad, huh?
I'm saying
In
if you wanted
recent
to get
days,
laid,
I've
you wouldn't
remembered
get
that
laid.
I am capable of cringing and my jaw hurts. I will help her help you.
It's just that we've known each other so long, there's not much to say anymore.
We have been soldiers. We haven't needed to socialize. So I understand the fact that you are like talking to a stone wall. But Xanon, buddy, I don't think Alana says anything about it. I think she likes you stoic. But imagine how much more excited she could get if you could talk her into bed. I'm just saying.
I also think she doesn't want anything kind of pried into or found out about her.
I'm gonna roll a retroactive insight check with Xanon real quick. Because again, with the reawakening of a lot of those golden dragon instincts comes some golden dragon suspicion.
She roll well?
Natural 20.
That's a good roll.
Holy shit!
Xanon?
Yeah.
Alana's an elf, from what we've seen, right?
Pretty certain.
You say that, I'm not certain at all.
I'm saying I'm certain
I'm not.
she's an elf.
I'm not certain.
Hmm.
She smells like magic.
Joe,
Yeah.
I have a ring that notifies me of shape changers. Did that go off at all around her?
No.
Okay. What type of magic?
I'm gonna roll an Arcana check for him.
Angel's gonna say this very bluntly. When she goes over the edge, what does she smell like?
Nectar.
That's
And since we're
dangerous.
past 2 hours, that's where we're gonna take a break. All right, slight extension on the BRB.
That's
Sorry
weird.
about that, everybody.
Can someone check the stream, make sure we have? Alright, get back on.
I think there may be about probably a 10-second delay or so between what we're doing and what the stream does. All right. So go ahead and repeat your question, Neseo.
Does Zenon know what the smell of nectar means?
Go ahead and roll me a religion check.
Uh, 18.
18. Yeah, unfortunately, with that smell being associated specifically with, I'll just say enjoyment. Well, actually, no, I have all the text. That smell in relation to sex, with an 18, I mean, it could just mean that she has a very, very sweets-oriented diet. Although, to your knowledge, she very much likes her protein. So,
Question: does Angel know what it means?
religion check for me. You do get advantage given what you and Nick actively get up to.
A
Vinistra
19
said,
plus 12.
V and Amira probs do.
Religion checks. Well, actually, Amira gets that natural 20 by default with that, doesn't she?
Is everyone here? Do I roll too?
I mean, if this discussion was part of the mental connection, if everybody's like feeding into that curiosity of like, do we know what that means? Sure, fuck it.
I mean, yeah. At this point, it's like snowballing. So
Yeah, I will say plainly the DC for this is just, it's 20.
well, good because I rolled 27.
It's a weirdly specific kind of subset on knowledge about identifying creatures by the smell of their,
Yeah. Okay.
you know.
Everybody smells different, okay?
I rolled
You come
27.
from the place.
Yeah, okay. So I will, aside from Angel, I will chalk this up for the rest of everybody that managed to roll it to picking up a knowledge out of some really weird books.
Okay.
Or in the cases of some of you, romance novels, especially starring characters that are like Azumar and shit like that. Yeah. It is absolutely indicative of, in a lot of cases, celestial adjacent creatures. It can be something as massive as apparently you're fucking an angel, all the way down to maybe this person was pure-hearted enough to get to one of the major heavenly spaces and got resurrected.
He just starts giggling and giggling and giggling.
I don't get it.
Zenon will just say, think she smells pretty sweet.
Oh, she smells heavenly.
Certainly does.
Took me a minute.
Does that smell mean something to you, Rabbit?
Yes, it does.
For Ravik, I mean, he gets a lower DC for the check here since he already kind of picked up on the scent. Okay, and remind me, what's your intelligence or religion modifier, Xanon? Just double checking here.
Intelligence modifier is 2.
I just know she smells like nectar. And that normal people don't smell like that.
What kind of nectar? Orange nectar? Like lily nectar?
Would you say that she's heaven sent?
Oh, if Piper was there, there'd be so many puns. So many puns.
Okay, at this point,
Do the
Ravik is
heavens
absolutely
open
going
if
to
you
roll an
rise
insight
and
on the sheer overt choice of
Do
word.
the heavens of her legs open and spring forth a nectar and ambrosia that doth leap
Vinestra
from the
said,
highs?
I'll be blunt with you, Xanon. She has celestial in her blood.
There you go.
Or at least in this case, not strictly in her blood, per se.
I would say it's Angel. She absolutely does. And to
More than the metaphorical what sense?
to Vinestra. So, all celestials smell of nectar.
No.
Let's clarify, actually. Considering this is a subset of knowledge that I never thought would necessarily be brought up in this campaign. All celestials, in that respect specifically, do. The type of nectar is dependent entirely on which divine they are associated with. We'll put it that way. Sort of a different fruity aroma based on the divine in question.
Okay. Xanon's gonna lock that in to his memory.
Even Angel does to
Boy,
an
she
extent.
pulled the wool over on your eyes. Or did she do that with her thighs? What did she do with her thighs?
Excuse me.
It was for thoughts.
Yeah, which for the sake of simplicity, we'll say that Amora's nectar aroma is just straight up rose.
Can you say that again?
That Amora's nectar is just
Cherry
straight up
blossom.
rose. Oh, cherry blossom. Yeah, fair.
Oh, cherry blossom.
We'll say cherry blossom nectar.
All right. I'll have a chat with her later.
And actually,
Wow.
you know what? Ravik did roll a natural 20 when he mentioned nectar, so that does mean he knows what kind of nectar she smelled of.
I've been around her enough after that situation. Do I know what she smells like?
Roll me a, let's say, retroactive perception check.
Wouldn't that just be a history check?
I mean,
I've
it's
gotten
picking up on a
invited 3 times.
smell, so... we're gonna
Vinestra
say
said,
that.
V, her, and Xanon did do such together.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah. Retroactive
And I've been
perception from
invited.
Vinestra.
Twice.
That's how we're going to chalk up an olfactory memory.
Do you want me to do a history check?
Yeah.
And then 19 plus a 12.
So 31. All right. From Vinestra, if you want to roll it. Can't believe a major topic of revelation of this session is the D&D, everybody. What the fuck?
Hey, at least it wasn't the other type.
Loading.
At least it wasn't the other type. At least we weren't asking what the other nectar was.
I will say this to you plainly. Nick, being the other half of you in that cosmic respect, does also give off a similar aroma. When things happen, we'll put it that way. Though there is a slight addition of ocean.
The sun, Mom. From what he said, Solai. He said Solai had an effect.
Which again, Ravik does get this outright. I'm just waiting for everybody's totals to just reveal it all at once, because might as well.
The system is refusing to load. Woo.
Yay!
The system's going like, you want to find out about what? No.
I gave you physical dice. Roll your physical dice.
I don't know what the plus is though, Megan.
Ah, character sheet issues. Okay, hold
Didn't
on.
know the modifier.
Ba-da-ba-da-da-da.
You know, I have been called
yours is
Megan
on
when I go to
128.
France. Maybe like the dawn, burn
11 plus 16.
Okay, 27.
Wow.
Yeah. So for those with a keen enough sense of smell to have experience with picking up on this, she smells of blood orange blossom. For those experienced enough with religion to pick up on what that means,
Okay, great.
and at least given Ilana's age, that would have been actively associated with a stret.
A swoop?
Sweet. I get it. It's okay.
A stret was, at least as of now, the previous patron god of assassins and liars, the dragon goddess of blood.
That's why she lies to me all the time. That makes so much more sense.
Not gonna lie, that's kinda hot.
You said blood orange?
Blood orange. And again, the lesser-most implication of that would be that she died and went to a stret's heaven and then came back. That's the lesser-most implication. Disregarding
gonna ask
Azamar
Shannon-
and greater beings.
She's gonna turn into ask Shannon a very, very pointed question. I'm gonna ask you very, very, very slow this question. I need you to hear me when I ask you this question. Suggested you be brought here.
Say that again?
Who decided that you should come here?
Here, as in.
As into my palace, as to Sharni, as to coming here. And you have 3 people in your party, and one of them comes from a goddess who hated my guts.
Well, I was sent to you by Padrin.
Was there any insistence from the person who sleeps with you to come to my home?
No. Padrin said you could help.
He looks over at Ravik. Is that true?
It is. We were sent here by the Silent King.
Where is Ilana now? That goddess is dead.
I'm not sure.
She's in a house full of my children. I need to know where she is.
I'm sure she's around.
This is the first time that you hear her growl straight at you. Where is she?
I don't keep tabs on her.
Then you're a fool.
I'm gonna try to use calm emotions on her. I might regret doing this, but I'm gonna.
I'm going to
I
let
rolled
you know.
to
You
see
feel
if Vithiera, the name of the dragon that comprises this castle, picked up on the news and the revelation therein and is going to try to grab her. Rolled a natural 20. Meaning the castle is going to make any and all hallways lead straight to the courtyard that she may be walking in. Or to the training yard, I should say.
I'm going to give you some insight, and there's a point where you feel, Avery, you feel this run through your body. You see a room filled with blood, an entire heaven made of blood, and you see a little boy screaming under a table in front of you. No bigger than Angel, and this big dragon, her body made of sinew and smelling of just sickly blood everywhere. He's knee deep in blood as he's looking up at you, saying, "Help me, Mommy, help me." And you can hear the dragon saying, "Well, where did you go? Where did you go?"
In the midst of this projection, the doorway to the training yard opens. And it's an interesting note as well, Xanon. I mean, she's always been pale, right? She's said she's a moon elf, for the most part. But the paleness, to some degree, on the rare occasion, especially when it's dark or when the moon was out, struck you less like a lunar elf as she would glow some in reaction to it, but she almost looked exsanguinated, as if all the blood had been drained from her. As she opens the door and enters into the training yard. I was trying to get to the lunch is happening, right? I was trying to get to the dining room.
I'm letting you know Angel has moved her lunch to the side. This is far more interesting right now. I just imagine Avery, this is popcorn. We're watching this entire story. This is great.
To be fair, I don't know the castle. Hi, babe. What's going on? Everybody's staring at me. I
think Angel's mad at you.
Nectar. Avery's.
Did I crap in the wrong chamber pot? Like,
how many times did you lie to me?
what do you mean?
Your mother is the queen of lies. A stretch. Queen of lies.
I'm gonna roll for her.
Queen of assassins.
Vinestra said, Vey would be glaring at Angel from behind her mask.
Double fives. I'm really afraid to ask how any of you found that out. Also, technically no, you're on the right track. Still confused. Also, you are being needlessly... Can we slow this down a little bit and talk?
We can slow this down.
I'm
I'm
gonna.
letting you know that all the dragons have moved into her hair and she's got Lucine in front of her at this point.
I'm gonna go stand beside Alana.
Avery's got some caramel corn munching away.
Interestingly, and I mean, this is the first time you notice this, her naturally sort of pallid form is filling with color, as if blood is returning to her cheeks, returning to her arms, returning to her skin. She still looks pallid as a moon elf, but the natural sort of bluish hues that come with that are slowly becoming more defined. Seriously, I'm really confused. How? I made a very big point for a lot of my life to not talk about this with anybody. Sorry for keeping any secrets. Did anybody, was there mind reading? Because that would be, I have problems with that. Big problems with that.
There wasn't any mind reading on that, no.
It was the way you smelled, apparently.
I'm letting you know Angel has dissociated at this point.
What do you mean?
And Avery, you can tell her breathing is going heavy, and you see somebody over her with blue elf skin stabbing her and removing her children one by one.
Yeah, definitely
Much
pulling out that
darker
calm
blue.
emotion
That was a
spell
drow.
now.
Yeah, much darker blue. That was a drow. This is just a moon elf. Much brighter tone of blue.
I use calm emotions.
Okay. I smelled like I'm gonna roll an intelligence for her if she understands the reference.
I'm gonna say, apparently, Celestials smell like nectar.
Single most awkward way that information could have possibly gotten out. I'm just gonna dig myself a deeper hole if I try and dodge this, because I'm surrounded by powerful adventurers.
Ding ding.
Angel is not present mentally anymore. Can you call again?
Even with the calm emotions?
I'm gonna hold her hand.
He died.
Okay.
Angel's dead right now? Like,
No,
do we need to resurrect
Angel.
her?
No, Angel
Vinestra said,
died.
"You don't really have to speak of your past or your upbringing."
I briefly died as an infant under a triple blood moon. Those are... So, up until about 2 years ago, I've had a really, really crappy voice in my head.
She's dead.
That explains why it's quiet. Thank you. With that, I've had abilities, things that I don't talk about, that I haven't used in a long time, because they never went well. Not going into that.
I get the picture.
So everybody's staring at me like I'm. Am I on trial here? Are people trying to probe to ask questions, or can I just?
Jeffrey tosses another handful of caramel corn into his mouth.
Hope that that when I turn
Vinestra
around
said,
and go into that hall, I
no,
can find a room
only
that doesn't
really
lead back up
Angel
here.
is being judgmental.
Looks over at Lucian. Sure, I'm being judgmental. I'm gonna leave now.
Ah, welcome back to the land of the living, by the way.
Ilana's gonna roll an insight on you, Angel. Real quick. I'm assuming that my own personal the bad voice in my head and you have a bit of history.
Sweet.
Say that again?
More than one. She killed me more than once.
Sorry that happened. Glad you're here now. And frankly, the sheer size of your family is shocking and amazing.
She made Piper kill me while I was awake.
I know how that feels.
No. I've had that happen more than once.
She made me kill a lot of animals. A lot of animals. This woman is actively, nervously fidgeting.
It's okay. It's not you.
I'm still holding her hand.
They tried to sacrifice me to her when I was 14. I have a long history with her.
Oh.
And then again when you were 18. That's just player saying, because that's when Piper came in the campaign.
Right.
It's fine. It's not your fault. I understand that she made people do horrible things. She made Piper completely go crazy. Which is the reason Piper killed her.
I'm not even going to try to ask how the hell that was possible.
The new goddess has helped her. Have you not transitioned yet?
No. No, because, what I am is a little weird.
Explain to me what you are.
I'm trying to find the words.
Just say the blunt ones.
I'm I'm a vessel?
No.
Like I said, I died as a baby when I was born. From the amount of dreams I've had, from what I can tell, it's not just my soul knocking around in here. It's most likely one of Estret's angels. So I don't know if I'm technically alive or not. As far as I can tell, I have a heartbeat.
She looks up at Lucian. Please. You two this one alone, please.
Leave that one alone.
Hmm?
Leave that one alone. right. Clarify, Mom. Do you want us to intercede with this or not?
We need to intercede. It's not fair for her to feel in between and to not feel home and to not feel safe. She has a man that takes care of her. He should be loved. Just like Kyrian deserved to be loved.
Which, as a note, by the way, everybody who has access to see beyond the veil, which I think is most of you, as color has come back to her skin and she's been kind of allowed to reveal herself a little bit, you notice slowly but surely this echo of a sort of completely blood-soaked, slender angel climbing up over her shoulder with a hand gently and seemingly comfortingly resting upon it.
From the looks of on the people around me, can I glean?
You can
if they
judge
see
from my
something I
eye.
don't not. Oh yeah.
You can
yeah,
see
I
it from my
see
brain.
what it-
You're mind linked.
Yeah.
It's like, oh shit! Oh snap!
Didn't think this reveal would come from... come. Anyway, I don't know how the fuck else to say it.
Yeah. No.
He looks over at this woman and not gonna come back. She looks over at Henniker. This woman needs to transition.
I think I'm fine how I am. I don't want to go through any more vision trips. It's been years of that, and they've all sucked. I don't want to do it again. It's been silent for like 2 years. I'd like it to stay that way.
Transition to what?
Vinestra said, "Why not let the person in question decide what they want to do, Angel?"
Do you want to be free of it? Or do you just want it to be quiet?
It's been quiet for 2 years. I'd like it to stay that way.
It won't stay quiet for long.
Then can I just enjoy whatever's left of this? And then the moment it stops being quiet, I'll talk to you guys, because...
Knowing about Fallen Joe and Lost Angels, would I know that she's on a way to a very bad spike downward?
Religion check, because you know about contextually things with Fallen Azamar. With stuff like this, it gets a little weird. So go ahead and roll me religion.
The natural 20 on the religion?
Natural 20 on the religion. Okay. So... this, at least what is bound to her now, is what it would be considered an unaligned, heavenless blood angel. This can
So
down
it will
the...
still seek out. So it will still seek out. Right.
As it's been quiet for 2 years, you're not certain. So far as you can tell, this thing seems to have staunchly... It seems to be staunchly in the position of a guardian angel, based on it purely giving off the body language of something trying to comfort her.
Can I see it beyond that, considering what I've met with this strat before?
With the religion check that you did roll, I mean, again, any god, even evil gods, are worshipped for, good and bad reasons. For something like this, especially now that it is unaligned, and especially with the sort of reorganization and switch to Kyphion as the blood goddess, with it being unaligned, it may also have been separated from the previously, admittedly very psychotic instincts it once thrived upon. It isn't
Would I
aimless celestial
would I know
thing.
that for would I know that for certain?
Roll me a vibe check to get kind of an insight on the angel that's over her shoulder.
19 plus 21.
Okay, 19 plus 21, that is a 40, I believe. 40, yeah.
Holy fuck.
With a 40, looking at its body language, looking at its behavior, looking at the fact that it has been completely silent and unactive in terms of psychotic dreams or anything like that for 2 fucking years, and the fact that Ilana herself has not seemingly given off anything in regards to psychotic impulse or active nervous energy or anything indicative
She did.
of...
She did.
Well,
She did.
yeah.
She did. She drew a knife on me. Yes, she did.
Defensively.
I asked her about something that got real spicy real quick.
Either way, with a 40, this seems like an unaligned guardian angel with some leftover bad habits. But otherwise, its intention for what essentially amounts to mass murder, if the 2-year span of nothingness is to be believed, that urge may have been stripped away.
She puts her hands in Lucian's. I don't like it, but I'd prefer them to be okay. She's going to speak Celestial to it.
Okay. And just a reminder across the board, who all has access to see beyond the veil. I know Angel does, I know Piper does. I think...
Vanessa does not.
I think
Which is why
Avery
this
does.
is fucking us over.
I could be wrong.
No, Avery can see through my eyes right now.
All right. Well,
I don't explicitly have CEON.
okay. Since you are picking up on that visual through Angel's eyes, you may be able to gain it. It's gonna... Actually, yeah, you are see beyond the veil through Angel's eyes. Is anyone else connected to you, Avery? Right now.
I am
I code. Okay.
Aegis is just me, so we can assume so.
Right. Anybody else in the party? I would say.
I don't know if Vanessa said to the attack yet. Violet is already attached. That's why Violet's defending Angel.
Okay.
Angel
Violet's already
behind
linked up,
Angel
which
with one
means
tail.
I'd say you do have room for one more slot, since Violet's got her own psionic stuff going on. Just by being gem dragon shit.
Violet can also see beyond the veil.
How do I
She's a
do
hag.
that?
Oh yeah, Violet already has it, so...
Senses. It's cool? No, it wouldn't be.
No, would be what he's asking if Vanessa is attached.
Yeah,
I-
you got
I
room
don't
for one more
know.
slot, one more
Vinistra
person.
said, no.
No, she's not.
Okay. You have room to link an additional person up if you'd like to, is the point I'm making, since Violet's already got
Okay.
her own way of attaching to this.
I'm kind of like, tap, Venestra's. I mean, given my height, probably like middle finger. You might see this. Can I come in?
No, you cannot, Avery.
Well, okay. Okay, then I'll just explain it to you. There's like a blood angel, like a little evil looking angel comforting this person. Words don't do it justice. The point is, I could show you, if you want, and then you would be able to see similar things from then on. If you, otherwise, I mean, I'm not gonna on you.
Fine.
I show her that I don't like poke around or do anything invasive since she clearly doesn't want me in her head. But I do show her that.
Okay. Let's see. Have you formed? Sorry, previous week's brain melting and all that shit. Have you formed a mind link with Venestra before?
I feel like we have, but
You did in the abyss, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes, we did.
Alrighty. Fantastic. So you do then get a visual beat on this. So for everybody linked up here and seeing through somebody else's eyes, see beyond the veil, I would like, in this case, Avery and Venestra, and I guess by proxy, Amira, to go ahead and roll me vibe checks. To see if you can essentially pick up on this extension of perception of the world.
18.
Still haven't added vibe checks yet.
Right.
It's your wisdom.
Roll.
It's a wisdom skill.
$19.
18 and
18
19.
and a 19.
Okay. Roll a d20 for the state of this difficulty class, which will be rolled with 2 dice because you are actively still seeing this through somebody else's eyes. Okay, because you were able to see this through Angel's eyes through the mind link, DC's 14. Which means as you are seeing this, you are feeling your own perceptions start to expand. It's weird. It almost feels like you are able to, on your own, start to look through her. It's double layering through the sort of mind link and also what you are seeing with your eyes. It's almost for a moment like looking at something with, you know, those blue and red 3D glasses for a second, and then it starts to level out, recolor itself, and you are starting to see over the shoulders of so many people in your line of sight different beings that are bound to each and every person.
This is what Angel sees every day.
Whoa.
See Beyond the Veil
Yeah.
is a passive ability where you can see basically, like say for example a cleric, what god they are bound to. For people of certain level, they are able to obscure that connection, and you have to roll an active vibe check to kind of pierce through their attempt to hide it and see who they are attached to. So it's not like True Sight where you can see its shape changer. You can just basically see what they worship in that sense.
You hit it last time.
Yeah.
Vinestra said Amira would look at Vi to see what she had.
Okay, Amira looking at Vi. Interesting thing, looking at Venestra, as Venestra now has access to this. You don't see a being. You see the backdrop of a city. Flying vehicles. People moving through the streets. Technology that confuses and confounds many of you. Far and above what naturally many of you have access to.
It's what Angel can see.
Yeah.
That's why he always tells Venestra, you need to be careful what you put here.
This is the city you want to see. I understand.
You can't walk her through it. You can't walk through herself and take her to home. I'm not that powerful yet.
But are you saying you will be someday?
I hope so.
Potentially.
That's what my predecessor did. You couldn't have children, but she could do that. She could take you home. You see Angel get really turns back and looks at Alana. And she speaks Celestial to this thing. Do I expect to see more blood from you?
Only if she is threatened. And you hear that response in Celestial. Usually, Celestial as language comes through very song-like. From this being, it sounds like you're listening to a Korn song. I'll put it that way. A lot of Ramadaida, that kind of shit.
Houdini!
Um. She looks and she says, "We will not have problems in Celestial if you know how to keep your hands to yourself."
I have no grudge for either of you. Looking both to you and to Piper.
Piper's not here. Piper is currently taking a nap.
In the direction
go
of where
again.
Piper is resting, I should say. The one that took control of her hands was not me. Nor one that I associated with in many eons.
Is there runes on her too, Joe?
On her, not that you can see. At least, I mean, there's a presence at least kind of exuding naturally off of this celestial of, celestial rune work, but nothing seems golemic like what you've been dealing with.
Took control. So she's gonna ask with quotation marks.
Even just reading the celestial, which I believe many of you already have the capability of, none of these indicate control. They just indicate
She's
revive
asking took
and
control.
protect.
Who took control up?
Who took control of Miss Puck?
Not Miss Puck. Of you.
With Strett gone, I follow no one.
I like that.
My charge was not rescinded by the new goddess. I was
She's a
not
mother.
called back into the fold.
She won't call you back. Says you want to come back. She is a mother.
And on
Fiona
I'm
is a
not.
mother.
My home now. My home now is only where Ilana stands.
Stay loyal to her. She needs a good friend.
Threaten her and you will taste the bite of my blade again.
I have a child of a strut. His name is Bob. He is one of my favorites. He picked Fiona afterwards. But it doesn't mean all her children have to follow the same thing anymore. If it makes you happy to be as you are, be as you are. But please don't cause the pain and suffering that she had to face ever again. Alana does not deserve that. She seems like a kind soul. Who just likes to have a lot of sex, apparently.
So as far as also celestial classification that Alana technically qualifies as,
Okay.
she is considered a guardian vessel.
Okay.
It is a lesser form of celestial by a long shot. Otherwise, mechanically speaking, at least as far as her skill discipline, she is a blood sorcerer.
Is a Strut's kid, right?
Alana?
No, Paul.
Paul. Well, yeah.
Okay. She looks over at Alana. You're safe here. Should something go wrong with your passenger, let me know, and I'll try to help him.
Okay. Sounds good.
No more. No more blood. She, like, literally walks away. It's like, I've had enough today. No more blood. I've already got to get blood coming out of my legs. Aiko, if you want to follow, I can teach you some more shit, but I'm going to my room.
Is this like girls talk, or can I come with?
We're
If you come
changelings.
with, I don't care.
We're changelings. Add some boobs and it's girls talk.
Oh yeah.
Just saying, for this discussion, I prefer a C cup.
Considering how many versions of my boobs are around my room, I mean, I don't care. Angel thought process. Little tiny angel statues everywhere.
All right. And for the
so
sake
uncomfy.
of simplicity, given the bullet points that I have laid out to hit and how much of a, I will say, left turn that took, we'll say that lunch and everything progresses. Let's say we've moved from, noon proper into it's closer to like 4 p.m. now. There's been time to research and study and, get into all the lovely little connections and confines within changeling anatomy. And now there are also a couple of prudent tasks at hand. So who would like to go with Venestra? Well, actually, I would imagine Violet would like to. In regards to moving that dragon turtle head.
We're not moving the dragon turtle head yet. We said we were going to move that today.
Oh, that's not today. Okay, not bad.
That's not today, that's tomorrow. That's part of the thing we're supposed to do. The dragon turtle head. I think we removed it from its shoulders last time we were out there, but I'm not sure. Vanessa can clarify for
the
me.
head has been separated.
So the question that I have here, because Violet was supposed to go and have a session with her family, her with the stupid she's supposed to have a talk, considering
Of which in a set aside, largely mostly cleared out guest room in Evergreen Estate. There sits Anelios, ready with a big ass, almost exaggeratively big clipboard. There sits Grandmother Evergreen and your uncle and aunt.
Oh, I got back in time for family therapy.
Yeah. This, again, ideally would have happened a couple hours ago. There were a couple of reveals that sort of diverted things.
I'm just glad Xanon and them are okay, considering. God, that was. I feel so bad for Ravik.
Some of it I was there for. Fuck a stret. Fuck every bone in her body.
No, not literally. Just make her go die in a hole.
Blood demigod coming up.
Okay, anyway.
So. Halcyon sitting next to her is just really comfy a little bit.
Yeah.
Vinestra said, "Are we going to be doing anything the rest of us can engage in if No might go AFK to get some stuff?"
Let's see. So for the rest of you, brain just turned off for half a sec. Which again, this part was supposed to happen a couple hours ago.
Brain couldn't catch up.
Yeah. Pain will do that shit real bad in my head. Gotta pop my ears. Let's see. Well, I'll ask. As far as those of you that aren't going to be included in the therapy session, strictly speaking, what would you like to do as characters?
I was supposed to train him at the bar this afternoon. Vice versa.
What?
For
I was
those
going to
that
train you in your job.
How long does that take?
Take a couple minutes.
Yeah, for the sake of adding to some more beats, we'll say roughly every 20 minutes, we're going to go ahead and scene change between people to give some room here. So there's going to be the job training. That'll be Angel and Xanon. Then Vinestra.
Do Aiko and Avery. Oh, and I'm also training Avery at the bar. Also training Xanon on how to do his job, because she's like, take Xanon over to Dunarg. Dunarg, this is Xanon. Xanon, this is Dunarg.
Okay, so Xanon and Avery are doing bar training. And then what do we got for brain? Vinestra. Wait, that's right. Talking to...
Vinestra said, "Sent you what Vi will be doing. Amira will be watching the bar."
Gotcha, okay. Cool. In which case we'll do some scene changes to that as well. So we're going to go ahead and we'll start with family therapy. We'll jump then to Vinestra's thing, and then we'll jump to bar training and cycle it like that.
And Dunarg, considering Dunarg works with Angel and trainees.
Yeah, everybody good with that sort of order of operations?
Mm-hmm.
Violet, Vinestra, Angel, basically that kind of rotation. Oh, sorry,
And
also...
Piper is napping.
Piper, what you doing?
What do you want to do?
Piper and Bruce are. Bruce is taking an I'm traumatized because of spiders nap. And Piper's taking I didn't sleep at all last night nap.
Okay. Anything you want to do with the Circle of Dreams Druid stuff, or is this just we're setting this up so that you have room to do things with the kids out of character?
I did ask her to do something.
Don't know.
Do you want me to remind you?
My brain hurts. So yes.
Hold on. Let me take it out.
Finally back to the organized level that I was at this fucking start of the session, and I love it when
Alright.
brain pain fucks with me this bad. I just love it. It's great. It leads to efficient storytelling.
Okay, so.
And I am going to also get out a notebook so that I have a means of keeping track of the scene switches. Because otherwise I'm going to lose track of it. So.
There you go. Sony would know that.
I don't understand half of that, and I don't know if that's just because my brain is hurting so bad.
Remember we were talking about how Sony being attached to Amora at one point would have knowledge of what happened. And you were going to talk to Wilsoni. And the signs to look for. Because you didn't have the signs to look for when Angel was breaking down. It was freaking you out.
Okay.
You're also going to ask about him about these crazy people because he should know shit.
I'm essentially Angel. Ow, my teeth! I just hit my teeth with my water bottle! And my water bottle's metal!
No!
Time to remind you of childhood.
My poor front tooth.
Vinestra said,
Emotional
unfortunate
damage.
timing for that to lag out.
What do you mean, unfortunate time to lag out?
Emotional
Ow, my
damage.
TT.
Oh,
No,
my
it's my
teeth.
teeth. I mean, my teeth do hurt. I am currently pumping right now, but that's not the issue. The issue was I hit my teeth.
So, fair warning. With this layout and it taking this goddamn long for my brain to get back on track, this may be a bit of a longer session, or we may cut this off in the middle to continue next session.
Okay.
Whichever one it's looking like we're most comfortable doing. It may get cut off in the middle and continue next session. I've got literal check boxes for the amount of scene switches here. So, and then Piper, you're going to talk to...
To add, him
Wilson.
on holidays for this week, so I can do stuff during the week if needed.
Cool.
No, we can do things during the week.
Oh yeah, New Year's. I forgot that existed. Look, I'm in that weird nebulous time between Christmas and New Year's doesn't exist.
Alright, ready? Ready.
So the way this is structured out, everybody's getting 3 scene switches each, ideally. So there's going to be about 12 back and forths. Most likely, we may cut this off in the middle here.
Eyeball.
Well, if Avery's up to run on Wednesday or something, I'm up to run on Wednesday.
Oh, I'm
I
not
see
going to
you're
do a
getting ready
midweek
to
on this.
blue
It's just
screen
going to
again.
pick up
Oh.
next week.
I think it really doesn't like Windows 11. It was already kind of iffy on 10.
And it's like, screw you! I have
What is
green
this?
hair.
I gotta hurry up and finish Ray.
It's like, what is this nonsense?
I'm sorry, did
What
you
are you
name your
doing?
computer Ray?
Yes.
Yes, I named the new computer Ray.
You can name your
R-E-I.
computer, my guy.
Sorry, my brain just immediately went to sitcom, except there's a computer tower walking through the door. Everybody loves Raymond.
You know what I heard? Ray, save us from the dark side, Ray. No, go away! Go away! Go away! Go away!
Somehow the old PC survived.
It is not surviving. It's dying.
I have died before.
Oh, shut up! Oh, shut up! Oh, shut up! Please, he scares me so much. Like, there's not many things
It
that scare
was
me,
a
Bill, but
shitty plot point, but Ian McDermott can act his fucking socks off. My God.
I mean, he still did a great job as an actor.
Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna, he did a good job with the direction he was given.
Yeah.
That direction being absolute bullshit.
I'm ready when you are, guys.
The trilogy really needed a consistent through line. Either way.
What happens when you change directors every movie?
Yep.
Ready?
Well, not just directors, but writing teams. But either way. So, starting with a therapy session in this sort of cleared out guest room, there has been a futon haphazardly laid out as a couch, as well as some chairs, as well thought out and well funded as this manor is. They don't exactly have a therapy room, right? It's it's not something that's planned for.
Yes, but we do have one of the little mind divey rooms, which is kind of like a therapy room.
Well, I'm not going to go and do any mind diving. It's not how I work. So, we got Violet Evergreen.
Right.
We got... Who are the rest of you fucks? Would you mind introducing your family to me, lass?
Ladies and gentlemen, my musical therapist uncle.
This is my aunt. And this is my uncle.
Okay, we're going to say Aunt Evergreen, Uncle Evergreen, and...
That's my grandmother. She's the most beautiful.
Aunt Evergreen, Uncle Evergreen, and Granny Evergreen. That'll work.
Right.
Also works for the DM because I can't find the notes with their fucking names right now.
Okay, there was no blue screen. I just held the power button and it didn't freak out about it, so.
Woo, it's getting there.
She looks
All right.
over at her uncle.
Yes.
And this is Halcyon. She looks over at Halcyon.
Right, that's Halcyon. Evergreen? No.
No.
No, I'm not.
Soon to be.
Right, well, good. I'm a family therapist. I'm not an incest therapist.
Well, he's gonna need help with that one, not me.
Excuse me. Let's not talk about this right now. Right, well, if we are doing that, I'm going to have to actually charge you. So,
What do you get paid? What do you charge?
depends entirely on what I'm therapizing.
Therapizing? Is that a word?
No.
Okay.
I can offer you some really fresh chips from the abyss that have been changed from being cursed to being tasty.
A bit of an aversion to abyssal cuisine on account of it being abyssal cuisine. So,
It's not abyssal cuisine, it's Terran cuisine. She pulls up a bag of funyuns.
so
Oh, yeah.
Flamen Hoot Funyuns. Now I'm craving Funyuns. Fuck you.
The righties.
She offers him a bag of funyuns.
Right, so I prefer not to do that while I'm working. Anyway, what be the nature of this meeting?
I don't know, tell you.
I'd like to hear it from those that I'm therapizing.
Looks over to grandmother. Do you want the short end or the long end?
Believe the question is short story or long story. Short end or long end is a very different kind of therapy.
No, that's just a question of which side of the meat you want.
It's again, very different kind of therapy.
True.
Let's get things started with the short version, and then we'll get into the longer version as we get into things. Fair?
So, yeah, so my grandmother is parents to both of these people, and apparently, I don't know if she's parents to my grandfather, to my father or not, but apparently she might have been.
Thoughts on that,
I think
Granny?
my grandmother said.
I think I know who I gave birth to, frankly.
Yeah, it's probably my mom. Is it her mom or her dad, Joe? It's her dad, right?
Gave birth to your father, yeah.
So,
Still, however, had some of your mother's dresses because she did live here for a while.
and then my mother got, and then my auntie turned her into a vampire. And then my uncle killed her. And then I was left orphaned, and he poisoned my da.
Watch out.
Is that everything?
Guilty as charged. Wondering if you need authorities more than you need therapy.
There's a lot of weird mental things going on in each one of them.
Weird mental things. Care to clarify?
Well, if you're compelled by a vampire to kill more to make more vampires, and you're just gonna make more vampires.
So we're talking about magical compulsion and manipulation. Magical trickery is a little bit up my alley. So, how did you feel when you were persuaded to be a vampiric killing machine? Auntie Evergreen. Horrifying at first, then... Because, are you a licensed therapist? In the Feywild, yes. So now I have to think about how to phrase this. Or not, you know. You could just let it fly free and I'll take advantage of what misstepped words you do step into.
It's Faye.
For example, may I have your name? No. Auntie Evergreen is fine. So be it. Can't blame me for trying. Yes, I can, actually. Right, so you felt exhilarated, relieved, horrified, all of the above. After a good while of it, a good few decades, it grew maddening. Well, I'm sure it did. So are we going over traumas then? Are we trauma dumping? You mean aside from having turned against my family? Same here, turning against my family. I mean, I imagine that's naturally horrifying. And I'm sure we can go into that. As well as the willingness to turn on your family. I'm sure there may have been some childhood disagreements. Maybe over who should do the dishes. Nothing so shallow. Really now. Well, long-lasting family feuds that can last for centuries in the Feywild happen over shit so small. Funny thing is, after a few decades, everyone forgets why it started.
Remember why it started.
Whole new wars will start over finding out. It was over dishes, and then they go and kill each other again.
Are you just gonna play Puss and Mouse, or are you gonna actually talk?
I don't know, they're being rather tight-lipped, aren't they?
I'm talking about you.
Oh, well, in the Feywild, part of this is getting them annoyed enough to just start talking and stop me from doing so. Getting them worked up to
Dad.
be annoyance dumping.
Maybe you should ask the questions, and maybe they'll actually answer them.
Well, we'll start with you then, lass.
Where would you like to start?
How about with the inky boy you hauled around on your back?
Yeah, I did that.
How does that make you feel?
Lonely,
Why?
lost. Because no matter how many miles I walked, no matter how many times I prayed that he'd still be alive, he wasn't alive, and I just kept singing to him because I had nothing left.
You had nothing left. Why'd you have nothing left?
Are you daft?
I'm asking you to answer. Why did you have nothing left? It wasn't just ink.
He's done a session with her before. Where are his notes?
They're here. And I'm asking you fresh, in the face of company. For a reason. So, answer the question if you would.
Because my dad's gone and my mother's gone. And the only person besides them that I should have had able to count on, my uncle and my aunt, were both murderers, and that's kind of difficult to be if you're going to be, adult, I guess.
Do you
If you're
feel
trying
like
to
you're
work
truly an
with
adult?
someone. No.
Or you feel like you're a child that's been walking the world trying to survive, and that childhood has been naught but buried.
I get few moments of play.
Where's my uncle going with this?
I just imagine Piper having like a listening device into the.
You feel like perhaps the murder of your parents and the murder of your friends rob you of your childhood.
Yeah. My grandmother wasn't actually able to show that she actually cared for me because people were absolute twats.
because grief shut me down. I won't say you're making an excuse or not, because it's how you feel. Why did it shut you down, Granny Evergreen? I've never been good with losing people. At my age, you'd think I'd be used to it. But no parent should have to bury their child.
That hurt.
No daughter should have to bury their mother.
Nobody.
And if it's my children that killed my child, then I may as well have been burying more than one, as they became dead to me. And now the silence from Auntie Evergreen and Uncle Evergreen makes sense. Guilt I can smell with a wild strength, and it is reeking off the two of you. I've heard no interjection nor a word of justification escape either of your mouths. Which means you're probably finding none. Be that true? It's true. No justification. Nothing. Manic animal impulses we were made to be animals and vampires, yes. Amplified anger. Amplified old wounds. Through the hunger for blood, yes. But many vampires choose to resist. We didn't.
Why not? I
We saw
didn't
him.
eat in for 400 years. He smelled so good.
We gave in. Because in the face of the success of your father, we felt lesser. We felt jealous. That spite festered. Grew and withered at our hearts. We were monsters long before we turned.
Are you too daft?
This be a therapy session, Violet. And Sultan, as they speak their piece, be they actually
Peace.
daft or not, won't get them to continue to talk, will it?
Starved. So I wouldn't lose the one thing I had that reminded me of home. The Scroungenite demons and dirt and blood.
Which no one should have to do. That's not a proper diet, is it? That's a diet that strips away the soul.
But instead of you having the fortitude to try to actually be a family, you ate it. She laughs a little bit. Good to know one of us was actually full. I'm not angry at you. Just want you to understand it's not worth the squabble. To ever do this again.
You know what? Here's a good question that crossed my mind. You both say you were monsters before you even turned. Why do you sit here feeling guilty now? Why not just continue to be the beasts you say yourselves are? Is it a selfish need to take that seat that you emptied? No? Still so much painful silence in this room. I'll need one of you to speak. Lend me your voice if you would. I'm gonna roll a wisdom check for the both of them. They both fail. As they open their mouths, you watch green energy leave their throats and get pulled into an Ilios. What was that about to focus in on my choice of words? If you won't say it, I'll say it for you. After all, you just lended me your voice. Voices, I should say. I'll give them back. There's too much guilt in them. It tastes bad. So, why have you, Uncle Evergreen, sat here guilty? It's not for pleasure for the seat you've left empty. You feel guilty in hell. You feel like you should still be in the abyss. For what you did to your brother. And you sit here guilty because you feel you should be locked away, buried in some pit in hell rather than the abyss for what you did to this town. And Brick, if you gotta go to bed, man, by all means.
Go to sleep.
You
I'll
both
catch you up, I promise.
feel guilty for your deeds. Because unbeknownst to you, being returned to mortal souls after the torture of being abyssal ones has you confronting the nature of your mistakes. It's so guilty, in fact, that you're unable to vocalize them. Am I right? Not unable, unwilling to confront it. Then allow me, the precious, playful little fae, to reveal it for you. I think I may have to have some private therapy sessions for the two of you to work through your own traumas in confronting your own selfish desires and needs, as after all, you both seemed prior to your resurrections, even in your human form, as I'm peeling over your memories through your voice and how it bounces off of your little brains. Both of you were psychopaths, and now are actually able to feel emotion. Weren't you ever so confused, Mother, why we never, ever truly seemed like we felt anything? And both your aunt and uncle are crying as they stare at this fucking fae. Those must be our first real tears of guilt for what we did. And apologies alone won't be enough, will it? Community service, at least in the town. Making it up to the place you burned and ruined is a start. Making up for the time your niece spent wandering the wastes of the abyss, feasting on unnatural things, carrying around a dear friend, is the next thing. I'm going to give you back your disgusting little voices. And he breathes out that same green energy. Sorry. Sorry's not good enough. We know. Oh, by the way, since the disgusting subject was brought up, have you two fucked each other? Seems like a heavy implication. Rather disturbing one, I might add. They both sit silent with a look of clear horror on their faces.
She looks over at her grandmother.
No, we haven't done that. Gods, no.
Maybe you should ask Angel if they're somebody you're supposed to be with. And if you've lost that person, maybe she can help you get them back.
Maybe. But unto you, Granny Evergreen. Would you lend me your voice? No, I would not. Worth a try. At least you don't seem as reticent to talk as your two children here. Let's talk about how often and how long you watched your granddaughter and did nothing to help her. And that's the 20-minute mark there, where we're going to switch scenes over to what Venestra is doing. So, Venestra, for what you're going to do, you'll have to follow after where Nick was going. How do you choose to pursue?
He's gonna have to walk to the tree.
Vinestra said, V is going to track down Nick and walk to him.
Okay. I'm going to roll flat d20. You roll flat d20 as well. If they are within 5 points of each other, you will catch up to him before he does the tree stride.
$14.
11. Okay. You catch up to Nick as he is already starting to open up the roots on this massive silver wood, and it seems to be very clearly leading into an underground city. Shani, you've already been there. Hey, Venestra, what's up?
No. What is it?
I figured I'd accompany you to help with your kids, and to offer them a place if they need such.
Offer them a... That's a discussion and a half, and I don't feel comfortable being the only one to be part of that. So, by all means, you can help. That discussion, I am absolutely going to scry Angel for when we get to that. Sorry, not scry. He pulls out messaging stone. This. I had a long night. Let's go. Sending stone.
Vinestra said, "As have I, and let's get going."
Stepping through the tree, immediately there's, of course, that natural climate shift. Going from that incredibly cold environment down to, admittedly, a somewhat temperate and kind of humid cave system. Stretching out to the natural expanse of Sharni. Seeing all the craziness there, and Nick begins to walk away from where Mochizuki Keep was previously, and is currently not. Down through the streets of Sharni, down toward the guards' barracks. Toward where at least he expects a certain guard lieutenant and his daughter Jamie to be. It takes about 20 minutes to walk through...
And the dwarf.
And the dwarf, yeah. It takes about 20 minutes to get down there, as Nick doesn't really bother keeping a slow pace. He does go into a full sprint, given the just... sensitivity of the situation, and eventually making his way into the barracks. It is simple enough to find them in their quarters. The three of them having a small discussion, and looking at Nick with no small amount of shock, given what he intervened and did but a few hours prior. Hi, Dad, you're not here to kill another boyfriend of mine, are you? Like you don't have a good reason for that, right? Do you want me to go into specifics? That one boyfriend of yours was trying to poison you. We already went into that. One of them, and he looks straight toward that little guard lieutenant. Whether it's by your choice or his, is essentially absconding with you. You are now a princess. I'm going to emphasize that. Princess. The dwarf shifts in her chair, admittedly a little bit with pride, like, I'm going to bang royalty.
None of you.
Meaning, if this is done outside of the public eye, or at least outside of documentation, you try and run away from us, and it is out of our hands. The larger public, as well as the law of Sharni, let alone the region covered by the Whisper, may put a capture and execute notice on your boyfriend and the accompanying dwarf lady, whom I've taken a shine to. Oh, you've taken a shine to me. That's nice. Right, I'd rather that shine not be slicked with crimson. Dad, I don't know if I'm the most comfortable constantly being at home. I can be of a help in better places. How the fuck did you find me? First of all, don't curse at me. Little miss, I am your father. You may be in an adult body. You are still 2. Is that what's going on? You are in your upscaled celestial terrible 2s? And Jamie just looks aghast. No. No. Just... Can you and Mom not, like, put a contract in or something to say, like, hey, these 2 don't get executed? Just when I run off with them, wherever the hell that's gonna be? We're in the public eye. We do it. Looks like enabling. You are a princess. You need to exercise some responsibility. You need to put this, at least perceived romance, in contract. So I'm not allowed to have, like, any private romances. Doesn't royalty do that, like, all the time? Royalty typically does, yes. You, however, are not typical royalty. We are managers of the Whisper, which means warlords. Everything is looked at through a militant lens. I'm going to emphasize militant lens. You running off, taking a coupling with whoever the fuck you want, a captain of our own guard, that's going to be perceived as a weakness to exploit with the type of power structure that we have to deal with. It's okay for you to be away from home. I mean, the suggestion even. However, you left your mother in a panic. You left with a fucking attitude. I already killed one partner because he was trying to kill you. So, you need to make a public notice. It doesn't have to be a public speech. It needs to be in paper. It needs to be in writing. It needs to be a blood mark for the both of them. Even if it doesn't go well. And you can go wherever you want as long as you are needed and effective. But I need at least one other page to be an apology to your mother. Because she has been tense today. Not in a good way. I haven't seen her tense like that in a while. I get that you want to get out, that you want to spread your wings. You need to be polite about it. Jamie sits aghast, confused, confounded, and the other 2, the dwarf, the captain of the guard, are also looking a little horrified, but now at the same time a little more relaxed, realizing that a certain somebody was actually trying to poison Jamie.
Vinestra said, Vi would interject her tone terse. That is why I came as well. To offer a place for them to use and stay at.
That's one thing. Hold on. Are we talking dimensionally, like in one of your rings, or are we talking over in...
That
My
is for
brain
them
just-
to choose.
Country name. Megan, help me.
Which one?
Someril.
Someril?
There we go. Thank you. My brain's fucking hearing dial tone in my own brain. I'm going to be honest, I've gotten a little sick of living in dimensionally locked Euclidean spaces. I would like to have actual, real, fresh air. So... Summerall's the luxury country, right? With the vineyards and
But it's not safe.
the expensive food and everything.
It isn't.
It is that.
Vinestra said that it is. Lots of elves and capybaras.
I'm uncertain. It's not the most safe environment. That said, you are a celestial. You are capable. And if either of these two let you come to harm, I will skin them myself. Okay, Dad, I'm gonna offer this. Summerall has vineyards, which means it has alcohol. I am a mead Akron. Alcohol means power for me. Just saying. Let alone, you know, my siblings, right? You need to be the complete set for that to work properly.
Thorin and Aomir did go with him. Both of them are pretty pissed too, so.
Yeah. Which they are very, I mean, if your passive insight was like 11, they are very clearly fuming. We could go with her, Dad. Be bodyguards. Correct. Okay. If that is even remotely on the table, just... He gets out the sending stone. Calling your mother. You better get that apology ready, Jamie. And Angel, your sending stone lights up right as you are trying to go through and pick out a proper server's outfit for Avery and a proper, at least, bouncer's insignia for Xanon.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a gold one for him. I'm gonna make a gold one for Raven Ravik.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a bronze. I think because he's bronze, right?
Xanon's bronze,
Xanon is bronze.
Xanon's
Yeah,
bronze,
yeah.
Ravik's gold.
So
right
I'm gonna
in the
make
middle
I get a
of
matching insignia.
working through and doing that sending stone immediately. Lovey. Guess who I'm in front of?
Hold on. She puts it on the top of like one of these racks that she's looking through at the moment. And she makes it bigger because she can. She makes a little tiny screen, opens up like that.
Oh, sending stone is just audio.
Hello?
It's just sound.
She's comparing things to Avery's eyes at the moment.
This is essentially I'm calling your mom and putting you on speaker. Hi, Mom.
Hi.
Sorry how I left things. I'm still trying to shake off that Dad killed one of my boyfriends. Your boyfriend was trying to poison you. Do I need to say it again?
You want me to tell you your two other partners how you lied about the beatings and the cutting and the other things that were happening in the background? Is you're acting like a 2-year-old right now.
He was a psycho.
And you were into that.
She is too, literally. My body and my mind are not. Celestial aging, especially when Mom gets in danger. It's amazing how you don't mature more when you're in danger.
Your mom doesn't either. Now, I know that you're going through your terrible twos right now as far as Celestials. Have you even talked to Gacier about this? Have you even told him what happened?
No.
Or have you fibbed with him too?
Oh, trust us, sis. We already did. We already let him know. And, little something that Papa Gacier let us know. Cutting and beatings don't normally work on us from mortals. So, what does that leave open for what that dipshit was that was beating on our sister?
I don't have anything against you with having multiple partners. You know that I don't have problems with that. Y'all grew up real quick. But when you don't use your head and you act younger than your little ones, I can't really defend you.
I thought I could fix him. Sis, that was a demon.
What happened to Eniver? We're gonna ask this question real slow.
God's left.
Because
The devil's won.
that's the only reason the world is still alive. So my question is...
Oh, by the way,
Can I
hold
see?
on. Luffy, you're gonna love this. Or hate it. I'm not sure.
Mhm.
You wanna know who that demon was?
Go ahead.
If I remember correctly, you had a bigger dick than her.
So,
Yes, it was the very same Barlgura that you had exploded by Piff.
so she looks over at her boys. I'm going to let your brothers decide where you stay. Because without you, they don't work. And without them, you're a sitting duck.
They both
Because
say
that is Gacier's rule.
in unison as twins. Well, Mom, the vineyard doesn't sound like a terrible idea. We can keep up our power, get access to new forms of booze, and
But your partners are being hunted by people in Sommerhill.
which means the last place they'd expect us to be is in their home.
Then you're getting disguises. I don't care what you say. We're gonna figure out a way to do it.
I'm not gonna refuse
If I
that.
have to par and work them, I don't care. This cat's gonna have to work. I won't have it.
Mom, if you want us to be eyes on your enemies like we are normally,
The reason you were born is for the fight in Jihu.
yes.
It will come to a head and we won't have a choice.
And in some cases, where's that funding probably coming from? It's a hunch, Mom.
Katsu said he'd investigated.
And Tatsu is only one pair of eyes.
I need your sister to be discreet, which is something that you all lack. Except for you and Eomir, I trust you to be discreet, but Jamie drinks too much and
Oh, I
goes
can
too
teach you to
hard.
be discreet. Says the dwarven little lady sitting on the chair.
If you argue with that dwarf, you're coming home.
Mom, don't arguments happen normally in, like, relationships?
Yes, but that's not the type of argument I'm discussing. Now quit acting like a 2-year-old and sitting and acting like a little brat, because I'm not here for it. Your little sisters, your little brothers do the same thing. Dwarves have better safety measures, and your partner, who has been working in Journey Under the Whisper, has more than that. And Hugh hid beatings from both of those people. So I want them to be very clear and aware. She was drinking, she was getting beat. He lied about it. She was wearing long sleeves for a reason.
Okay, Mom.
I want you to be happy. But I also want you to understand you were only frickin' 2. And I care for you. And if Anestra thinks that you'll do well in Sommerl, I trust that you'll do well in Sommerl. But you do need time in the open air. If anything goes wrong, you go to the mountains where Timor is. Do you understand me?
I understand.
Do you promise me?
I promise.
I will need it on paper. I will need their names on paper. I will need to make it public, so I will need you to come back so I can make it public, and then I will have Anestra take you to her home. I have to make it public.
Okay, Mom,
It sucks.
Can we get a couple of minutes to talk and discuss this?
Sure.
And that's the 20-minute mark there, where we switch scenes.
Vinestra said, "What needs to be made public?"
At least within the Sharni governing system and among the Whisper, so that the officials there know it's who are present in the relationship. As it is an organization of...
It's a protection measure.
Yeah. And it would, specifically, that would be public for the higher-ups, not public for the common folk. That's the 20-minute mark there, which makes for a slightly natural transition over to the color on the sending stone fading while you're picking out things for the bar training.
Looks over at Avery. This one is violet, as far as that's concerned, but you can pick a green one. I got 2 colors, and they rip off. There's like a button thing, and you can just pop them all off at the same time. Show your chest hair. If you want to. So she says to Avery.
I believe, based on his more recent message, he may be muted already, so it might just be you and Xanon.
He might be sleeping. And she's like, we'll go back to that in a minute. And she says, she looks over at Xanon. Okay, now I almost didn't find anything that fit, but then I went in the back and I found all of the bigger sizes for like the males. It's like the more muscular ones and the ones that fit a little bit better. She pulls out a gold one with bronze accents because she went and changed the accent color. This one is for you, Ravik. She hands him the gold one. With a little bronze accents, so you kind of match each other. And she hands one over to Xanon. And when you get off duty, the same thing goes for Xanon. You all can change into each coat. And she kind of hands them both their uniforms.
How long do I have to stand guard?
I would say I like to shift it out every 2 to 3 hours. So that way you guys can get breaks and eat. And that only starts at the night service. I would prefer to do night service with you guys because the day service is covered by my actual guards. And you'll get higher tips.
So we're guarding all night, or for a few hours?
You guard from, I would say, about 4 p.m. to, we have the 10 p.m. switch off shift because we have, everything gets really rowdy. If you do get called in at that point, it's because everybody's fighting. That's a full alert, but that's another thing. But Dunarg is the one who runs most of those shifts, so he goes over and looks over at Dunarg. Dunarg.
Hey.
I need you to train these two lovely men and
As
show them
a
the ropes.
roughly, I believe, 7.5 foot tall Knoll walks up.
Mhm.
Training, showing the ropes. What are we showing? What are we doing?
They're the new bouncers. You said you needed 2 more for the shifts at night because you needed to take a night off.
These are
This next
dragons.
week. Mm-hmm.
I'm already
Yes?
dating a dragon. I don't need 2 more. Well, wait. Hold on. Intelligence of Dunarg is not great. Are either of you interested in Knolltail? Because if so, I can't have you on.
A what?
Are either of you interested in Knolltail?
I don't think I've ever had that.
It doesn't answer my question.
Do you mean as food or payment?
No to both.
Vinestra said, sex.
You are saying Knoll tail, right?
Amira
Yes.
is there.
Do you mean an actual tail, or is this slang?
Do you want to fuck me?
Absolutely not.
Good. You're hired.
Dunarg, I do not need a chrome dragon on my butt. I would not hire someone who was going to fuck you.
I already have a chrome dragon on my butt. She uses it as a pillow because of
know.
all the fur.
I know.
All right. So, up front, being bouncers has nothing to do with bouncing. Unless you are bouncing an idiot's head off of a wooden floor.
I've done guard duty before.
Oh, good. Small caveat, we're not killing them unless they are threatening the lives of our patrons.
Gotcha.
Any bar fights break out, you break it up. Or join in, depends on the crowd.
Are you serious?
Yes?
I can do that.
She looks up at him and she's like, are you serious right now? Are you serious right now?
I will say, the crowds where it's okay is if you have a big Duragar night, 'cause dwarves are down for that. Bunch of Goliaths. Usually also yes. Or gray orcs. Also yes. The ones you don't. Deep gnomes are a no-go. They're too small. You will break them. Also drow. Because they don't fight fair in a brawl, they will pull out knives. And usually
They'll
pull
poison
web out
you.
of like fucking nowhere. Just saying. Half the time I'm not too certain it's web. The drow are freaky.
Good to know.
And let's see, any other major peoples and races? Oh, troglodytes. Just don't. They pay really well and they keep to themselves. If they're in a bar fight, it's because somebody else picked it. Just leave it alone and grab a small snack like some nuts and watch.
I can do that.
And then, oh, where are you from? Which region, by the way? Oh, so you know what troglodytes are. Good.
Right.
So which half of you is the dragon half?
Doesn't matter.
Andrew
Kinda.
looks over at Ravik and then looks up at Dunarg.
I gotta know if I'm funding a horde or something.
He's not this dumb, Joe.
I've had a
Vader's
long
looking at him
couple of
and looking
nights.
over Ravik.
Oh,
Yeah, that's not funny about that.
we both have wolves.
So, Ravik is actually a true dragon. And, I think that's what, Dan is becoming, I think. Not quite sure.
Gotcha. Okay. Are either of you like territorial? Because I got a wife. She's a chrome dragon. And I don't want a pissing match between bouncers and the one who bounces on me.
You don't have anything to worry about.
He looks over at Ravik.
What about you, golden boy? You're fine. Was that a compliment or a statement?
He
You
looks
have
over at
nothing
Ravik.
to
He's
worry
really
about.
he's really not joking. He's very, very scary when she gets mad.
Now, on the subject of half-dragon. Just hit my face against the mic arm. Okay. Fucking A. On the subject of half-dragons. I don't need any new ones coming out of this bar. Looking at you, golden boy. I think we're good. Okay. Now, also, small one, Mira. Got a question.
Vinestra said. Amira was floating nearby reading a book as she lazily turned her head to look at the knoll. Answer.
My wife is interested in your wares, and that worries me, but she asked me to ask you.
I successfully got the baby to bed.
Any specifics items she wants, or should I pen in some time to have her in-depth discussion?
In-depth discussion, though she did tell me to mention. He pulls out a sending stone. Do I have to say it out loud? Yes, darling, you do. You disappointed me earlier. Out loud is the only way I will allow it.
It's so mean.
Green dragon lady, no happy.
Chrome dragon lady.
Chrome dragon. Worse.
Chrome.
This is as vague as I'm allowed to put it. I have 6 nipples. What do you have for that? God damn it.
So is it chrome green or chromatic green?
Chrome.
No, chrome. Like metal chrome.
So chrome green. I could have sworn forever ago.
Vinestra said. I'll get the items ready. She gobbles up all that RAM.
Shit. Okay, well. Don't use that information against me or I will gut you like fishes. I swear to the gods.
Too late, she says. Angel says, punch him on the shoulder.
Do that, you are arrested for treason.
No, they play fight all the time.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying like.
Did Angel jump?
She's gonna yeah, she jumped and punched him on the shoulder. That's what you do with your siblings. That is what you do with your siblings.
When you're 2
I'm
foot
imagining
tall,
it was a
while
parkour jump. You
7-foot
jumped,
knoll versus a
had to
shorty.
Then vault off of the side of the bar and then get up to his shoulder.
No. I have a good jump.
True. You got athletics.
Bruce is taller than Dunark. I forgot.
Barely.
By 2 feet.
Barely.
7 foot. He's not here, but 2 feet.
And he's not doing tonight, so we're out of luck on that one.
I can do like a line or two if you need me to finish out.
Okay, Avery, I need you to try on these outfits. We will
Excuse me.
discuss how to serve next episode.
Next time on Dungeon
Alright.
Ball Z. Wait, no, Dungeon Ball has got a weird implication.
Tension.
Must be-
Dungeons and Dragons Z,
about-
there we go.
Go seep.
No.
I will tell you what happens tomorrow.
Okay, I'm gonna hang up now.
Do what you gotta do. Sleep!
Angel's gonna look over at Dunarg. Do you want me to tell her about you sneaking meals, extra meals in the afternoon?
You will do no such thing.
Is the Fae phone still on?
Yes, it is. Fuck!
It's all right. It's all right. She pets. She's like, she looks over a mirror. We're siblings. This is what we do. We heckle each other.
I will nonetheless take advantage of that information.
You're welcome.
Of course.
Payback. She looks over. She looks over. Look at everybody. She's like, it's payback. For last week when you
Careful,
told
I
me
might
to do
start
this.
telling Nick things.
Like what? Like what?
Vinestra said, right, well, I'll note that bit of brattiness for Nick's next order.
Never mind, I like you.
Go and make a drink. But I'm not going to drink, because last time I did that, I got in trouble.
Aren't you pregnant?
I'm not pregnant, that's for sure.
Yeah, you did just finish giving babies.
Thank you for the other idea.
You're welcome.
Minus the NENT.
But does she peg Nick?
That would be a discussion with Nicodemus. That would be a discussion with Nicodemus.
Wait, Vinestra, is that supposed to be like on the phrase of like when people misspell pregnant, or are we saying peg Nick?
Pregnant.
Pregante.
Or is too pregnant. The critic goes, yes, I am pregnant. We're not going to discuss it. I am not going to discuss it because I'm probably going to be pregnant from this year next to...
You're not making a drink.
I'm gonna make a drink for the guy on the bar that just asked for one.
Oh.
Somebody forget.
You have a job. She looks over him.
Piper has
And she like does a dance. She does a dance like this as she walks away.
I just work here.
I just work here,
Piper
bro.
has yet to figure out an alcohol that does not affect pregante people.
You could make a substance that would remove the alcohol effects
It's
from
called
the
a
alcohol.
mocktail.
You could create like a potion or a dropper, like a tincture that would.
Either way, y'all are working on
Vinestra
bartending.
said, we call it poor man's alcohol, H2O.
Or just pour it into a tankard of sobriety.
Gonna go make a strawberry daiquiri that's a virgin daiquiri and just call it a day. I still have the train, Avery. So, yeah, I think I'm leaving you in very capable hands, and he's gonna show you the ropes and how to do patrols and where to go.
All right. Let's get started.
Let's
Let's do it.
All right, and that is the 20-minute mark for that one. And I'm going to be thankful that the next one is going to be, like, after we get to the Piper and Wilsoni thing and mark that off, the first 20-minute segment out of 3 for each and everybody will be completed. And we're going to call it there because doing Dunarg's voice is a cheese grater on my throat.
At least Wilsoni's your regular voice.
Yeah. So, Piper.
Yes.
Why hast thou summoned me?
In my sleep.
As
Well-
this red-skinned being with hair stretching up into infinity just begins to wander around your dreamscape. Though disconcertingly like a video game, never quite not facing you.
Well, I'm assuming you saw the 5 creepy people from last night.
Yeah.
Know anything about them?
Yeah.
God, my brain's fried. I had questions, I had a list mentally, and it's gone.
It's over there. It's over there on the chat.
I still can't even understand that sentence.
Okay, the evil monsters, what's happening with Angel, and why it's happening, and what she used to be able to do that she doesn't do now, if you wanted to know. And where the
Okay.
fuck did those monsters come from? Because he also would know that.
Okay, where do you know at least where they came from? Why they're here? What the fuck they're doing?
Where they came from. Okay, let's go one question at a time.
Take a room. He's looking for notes.
And my brain just turned off. Blah. First question, one more time.
Where'd they come from? Where'd they go? Where'd they come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
Where did they come from? You want the long or the short version?
Do I want the TLDR or do I want the full story? I mean, I guess whatever you got time for.
Due to forces outside of my control, I will give you the short story now. And in about 20 minutes, within game time, of course, I will give you the longer story.
Oh, okay.
Limbo is fractured bits of all planes of existence. It is the in-between of everything. It's the space in between planes.
Mm-hmm.
The 5 Lords of Chaos, or, sorry, 5 Lords of Limbo, are no different. They are beings, sort of golems, comprised of those broken bits of planes. At some point, they gained a sentience and a sense of intent through their chaos. In Limbo, though, time does not exist in the strictest sense. It is as it is the in-between of everything. So, as they gained intent, they exist kind of as a contradiction of what a golem normally is. A golem is an orderly thing, but they were born of the chaotic mess. And so they exist to kind of try and maintain it. Some argue they were born really at the start of when the rings split. Created out of that chaos, out of that introduction of magic into everything and filtering into everything. Some say that they were born or made before that. Some say that they were just manifested at the start of time when planes bordered each other at all. Honestly, you'll have to go and do some book reading to figure out precisely the origin. Nothing that'll drive you crazy, just a lot of conjoined notes and rumors about them.
Alright.
As far as them being of chaos, they want to maintain that. I mean, hell, they were part of the thing that started the inspiration for the Spellbreakers. They will seep into dreams and that kind of thing. And what is more chaotic than manically and nonsensically smashing the rings together to make worlds that are somewhat functional, sure, but also still slammed together in all the wrong ways. Throwing lives, souls, fields of existence into sheer chaos for the sake of it.
So they're cosmic toddlers.
And cosmic ancients at the same time. They are chaos for the sake of it. And so, because of the destructive nature of that, they've manifested in the most destructive versions of what they could possibly be. They are not benevolent.
Alright then. Good to know.
And the fact that they know who you are should be concerning.
Well, yeah, considering we all just kind of threw up of a whole bunch of freaking black shit.
Yeah. Because they exist outside of time, those mushrooms that Angel and you like to use may not work too well on them.
Oh, great.
Might actually just make them stronger.
Good to know, good to know. Okay, so what do you know about angel breaking, essentially?
Which part? The birds?
Yeah.
Leftovers from
Because
the
I'm
world.
I was gonna say, I'm not wrong that they all tried their different ways to try and help her have children, and instead that did nothing but fuck everything.
Yeah, that was leftovers from Amora. As far as the joinings that shouldn't have been there, those were various entities that were just trying to help heal her, and of course, being what Amora was, took that in and tried to make offspring of it. The joined children, mixed as they were a result of those different beings gathering together and sharing in their efforts to help her at different points. Team-ups that resulted in singularized children didn't go very well.
Okay. What was the other questions, Megan? Megan? What were the other questions I was supposed to ask? Because my brain farted. What was the thing that Angel used to do that she can't do now? Is that what the question was, Megan? Did she fall asleep? I hope she didn't fall asleep. I forget what I was supposed to say. On the other hand, hey Guru.
Nice.
Megan! Megan. Don't what you do. Megan.
Megan.
Vinestra said, guinea pigs demand food, Megan.
Ah. Feeding the guineas.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you
I'm
are.
here.
Hey.
So what was the other questions I was supposed to ask?
No, I was just trying to wake her.
Oh, okay.
The other question was,
For her brain.
You're gonna ask why Angel's changing so rapidly because of the change that, and why Nicodemus was getting more magic than I was.
Okay. Yeah. So why is the Amora us progressing so fast, and why is Nicodemus getting magic faster than Angel?
They have different roles, though they are part of the same being. Mixed magics, by their nature, are more hostile. They have to be. It's better to have the guard stronger, so to speak, than the one they're guarding.
Makes
And
sense.
the reason that they are both moving so quickly, you're adventurers. You naturally grow in scale and power faster than anyone else normally would. If she was, just a dancer. Like she was by trade and by practice. And not, engaging in her sorceress and bardic abilities. This change may have taken place over the course of 20 years.
21.
I mean, from
She's
the
fine.
point that potion was taken. Thank you for that, Piper.
That was 2 years ago, not 20.
Right, my point is, from that to your point, probably would have taken 20 years if she was just living a mundane life. You are all adventurers, herself included, which means naturally she's going to grow in strength, power, and experience very quickly. So
what you're saying is
that.
it's kind of my fault. Kind of my fault.
Blaming you, at least.
Oh, I am so sorry.
Either way, she's an adventurer. As she grows in power naturally, so too will that acceleration. So, same goes for you.
Okay. One more question. I now have a warlock, but I feel like I should revisit the deal because I left it very vague. How would I go about doing
You left it vague, as any fae naturally would. Just leave it vague to your advantage.
Oh, that bothers me.
Did you leave it vague to your advantage, or just vague?
Just vague. I was surprised. I
You are a
was
Circle
taken
of
aback.
Dreams druid. That's a very good step with being an archfey. Just climb into her head. Have
Should
a
I
more
write
in-depth
a-
discussion.
Okay.
If you need to write down specifics and plan out what the fuck you're gonna do it. Just make sure you have the advantage.
I figure. First of all, get the idea I've been kind of crafting with the past couple days was, the prank is doing good things for nothing in return, so people are psychologically wondering when the fuck the other shoe is gonna drop. But it never does.
Don't tell me. Tell her.
Do you think it's a good idea?
That's entirely up to chance and fate and a cosmic roll of the dice.
Okay.
And I don't mean the
Ominous.
gods of chance and fate.
Yeah, your weird eldritch horror things. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
If I peek too far beyond that curtain, I might not come back. Anyway.
If you peek too far beyond that curtain, you may discover a maddening discord.
Okay, you got player to laugh. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that's about it.
All right.
Other than that, how are you doing?
Me?
Yes. You.
Unrelated to strictly my power or any problems on a cosmic scale, I've been having a lot of headaches lately.
I have yet to figure out something for that, but when I do, I'll let you know.
Caffeine mixed with a couple of other painkillers seems to do the job.
I am surrounded by caffeine at home, so that's the good first step.
Yeah. And my 20-minute explanation has been, for the most part, managed.
Okay.
So, this is the end of our 20-minute session, and in what will feel to me like a week, we'll reconvene for the long version.
Okay, Mr. Cryptic.
Don't look into it, you'll go crazy.
I'm not going to.
Yeah,
I'm
sometimes
going
I do. Sometimes I lose track of what happens in the next 2 minutes.
I would say you should go to a doctor, but technically I am your doctor.
Technically, I already have, and it wasn't even you. That's where we're gonna end the session.
But technically I am your
Sony
doctor.
Wadron pun wasn't blatantly obvious. It's the Deadpool character. Gently prodding at the fourth wall. So,
Let's see, Ruthie is live playing RimWorld.
awesome. Also, what are we going to name the session? My pacing got a little fucked, but I think I recovered it, kind of. And I got plans for how it's going to continue next week.
I will say this, my uncle rocks.
Nice. Next week will be... Blah, blah, blah.
More
January
violent
4th.
family therapy. Yep.
So, in other words, see you next week and see you next year.
Yep.
But again,
Vinestra said, sent you some things, Joe, slightly smiling face.
fantastic. Okay, and also again, what should we name the session? Any ideas? Oh, yeah. Yeah. sorry.
Megan, any ideas?
What does it smell like?
What does it smell like?
Fuck.
Yeah, very vague and on point, on task. Because I was there for part of that, but then I had to leave, and then I came back, and then I had to leave again because baby was being obnoxious.
I'm half tempted to say it smells like Teen Spirit. Because the Teen Spirit thing applies to at least a few other characters that were discussed in this session. With the lights on, it's less dangerous. Here we are now, entertaining. All right, so we're gonna read Ruthie. Oh, my back just popped. Yes, thank you. Glorious.
What? You saying a freaking thing?